I was CFO at the time, and that's Ed Kitrosser. He's been here for 8 years now, long time, and it's just been wonderful having him here all these many years. I knew Ed before he joined SDCERS. He and I served on a nonprofit board many years ago, so I was very pleased when he came to our board, and I have very much enjoyed working with him. Ed, as you know, has been Business and Governance Chair. He's been the board chair. I've appreciated his mentorship and his coaching along the way. It's just been very valuable to me. He's been very supportive of staff. I know our staff thinks that Ed is just a rock star. So anyway, it's just been great having him here. And while he's finishing his board term, I know Ed has expressed an interest in coming back to the audit committee as one of the independent members. So that'll be queued up for action at an upcoming meeting. But I just wanted to publicly thank Ed for his service. As we always do, we have a plaque that your peers have signed, and I just want to read into the record.
I thought it was Gold Watch. Wasn't it Gold Watch? I thought we decided Gold Watch.
No Gold Watch.
No, just plaque.
Free lunch and a plaque.
Ed, I'm sorry. I voted for the Gold Watch. I just want you to know that.
So I'll read this into the record here. So the Board of Administration of San Diego City Employees Retirement System hereby expresses its appreciation to Ed Kitrosser for your advice, collegiality, commitment, and service to the Board of Administration, staff, and SDCERS members, retirees, and beneficiaries from April 2009, long time ago, to March 2017. In fact, the market started correcting right when you got on our board.
That's right.
You should take full credit for that. So it's been signed by your group. I do have an official court photographer here that would like to take your picture. So
in the well.
we can do it over here.
No photo bombing.
Let me get away from the screen. And or a bag. All right.
No tickling.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
And we'll also bring up Joe Flynn, I think wanted to make some comments as well.
Thank you, President Ariado and members of the board. My name is Joe Flynn, retirees. And on behalf of the retirees, we wanted to thank Ed Kitrosser for your years of dedicated service to SDCERS. There are things that money can't buy, and your volunteer service ranks up there very high. With your help, Ed, and the help of others, have guided SDCERS onto firmer grounds and less turbulent times. So we would offer our sincere appreciation to you and to other members of the board and staff as well. So now, Ed, you'll probably have more time for some of your fishing trips. And if you need any pointers on retirement, I'd be happy to help.
Thank you.
And today, I wanted to deliver another dividend to the board. But this one is a cultural or diversity dividend. That's where we get to celebrate everybody's holidays. And tomorrow, very close to St. Patrick's Day, the St. Patrick's Day parade will step off Balboa Park, 10:30, and they'll have another great parade. And on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, you're all honorary Irishmen and women for the day. And of course, Thomas Sullivan and I will keep that light burning for the rest of the year. And Mr. Kitrosser, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Joe. Where do you buy your shirts?
Those are in retirement.
You presuppose he's buying them.
They come with a volume control.
Ellen,
Thank you, Joe.
can I say a few words at
Yes,
this point?
yes.
I appreciate it. Wow. 8 years has gone by, and time really does fly. 8 years ago, I was told by then Council Member Carl DeMaio that I was not qualified to sit on this board when he voted against my appointment to the board. Thankfully, neither Mayor Sanders nor any of the other council members at that time agreed with him. Obviously, he was wrong then, and he continues to be wrong on many issues today. It has truly been a distinct honor and privilege to have served on the SDCERS Board of Trustees. I can honestly say that in all my years in business and volunteering, I have never, ever had the privilege of working with such a group of hardworking and dedicated individuals, both board and staff. Tremendous progress has been made in these 8 years. At the staff level, the tone has been set at the top, first by David Wesco and continued by Mark Hovey. Mark obviously can't do it alone. His entire management team is a great cast of supporting characters. I do not want to start naming names because I'm sure I would unintentionally miss someone. Suffice it to say, the tone permeates through all the departments within SDCERS, and the SDCERS team functions as a lean, mean, well-oiled machine. I could go through every department and list accomplishments, but Alan would surely cut me off. However, I do want to spend a minute talking about something that is very near and dear to me, and that is the road to getting this plan fully funded. I am very proud we took the initiative and voted to reduce the assumed rate of return to 7%. I am also proud we are taking a somewhat aggressive approach to making up the huge deficit that SDCERS faces. I strongly encourage the board and staff to continue this. I encourage you to take another hard look at the discount rate. In my opinion, I believe it is still about 0.5 percentage point too high. Consider lowering it to 6.5% in 1/8 increments over the next 4 years. Also, if you are presented with the opportunity to kick the can down the road to address the deficit, put the can in your pocket and take the road less traveled. Don't do it. Hey, what's the downside? We become a little too conservative and we have a fully funded plan sooner than anticipated. The retirees will thank you when they know their retirements are secure, and the city, airport, and port will thank you when their annual payments are reduced to simply funding the normal costs. My heartfelt thanks to all of you for all you do and for making these last 8 years so incredibly rewarding for me. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move into the agenda. Item number 4, approval of consent agenda items, A through D. I'll need a motion, unless some board member wants to pull one of those items. Seeing none. I made the motion. Tom seconded the motion.
Ready to vote? All votes are in?
And that motion is approved 12-0. Moving on to item number 6, Audit Committee.
Thank you, Alan.
Morning, Greg.
Hi, board members. My name is Greg Kovieski. I'm the chair of the audit committee. I became the chair effective for the December meeting. You haven't seen me before because I was out of town for the board meeting in December. I'm happy to be here today, and I have Lee has graciously offered to assist me up here as I report out to you the results of our meeting from this past Wednesday. The first items we have are action requested items. And item number 1 is we did an interview and selection of a firm to perform an information technology risk assessment. As background, SDCERS received 6 responses. Lee issued an RFP for a firm to perform an IT risk assessment. There were 6 responses to it. The responses were evaluated by an internal panel consisting of Mark Hovey, Dave Bond, and Lee himself. 2 firms were brought in to present to us on Wednesday. One was RSM, and the other was Kuma. And after the presentations, we had dialogue, and ultimately the audit committee has recommended Kuma as a recommended firm to advance the IT-specific risk assessment. This recommendation for Kuma passed the audit committee by a vote of 5-0, and this item needs to be voted on by the board.
Thank you, Greg. As a matter of process, maybe you can help me out here, Johnny. Mover in a second is not required. However, Greg is not a sitting member of the board. So Ed can make the motion as an audit committee member. Do we need a second?
You wouldn't need a second.
Okay.
Don't need a second?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, great.
So Ed has made the motion to recommend Kuma to perform the information technology risk assessment recommended by the audit committee. Is there any?
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And that motion passed 12-0. Number 2.
Okay, good, and that will advance, you'll be hearing more about that at future meetings. Item 2 is a staff recommendation to revise the fiscal year 2017 internal audit plan. Lee presented us a recommendation to revise his plan. He recommended delaying one particular audit activity, the audit of interest applied to member accounts, until a legal opinion could be obtained. And Lee assured us he's been able to shuffle some things in his plan and stay plenty busy. So based on the recommendation, we approved the revision to the internal audit plan. The audit committee has approved that Lee's proposed revision to the internal audit plan by a 5-0 vote, and this item needs to be voted on by the board.
Okay, so is a motion up to approve staff's recommendation to revise the fiscal year 2017 internal audit plan? Are there any questions or comments from board before we move on? Okay, so we'll need a motion. Motion by Ed.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And that motion is passed 12-0. Okay, number 3.
The third requested action item is a staff recommendation to revise the committee charter and the audit committee charter and process for selection of independent audit committee members. At our meeting, Johnny Tram presented a recommendation to revise the committee's charter and process for selection of independent audit committee members to allow for up to four independent audit committee members. Currently, it's capped at 3. Based on dialogue we had during the meeting, we provided input including limiting the committee membership to 5 total members, and within that allowing a combination of either 1 or 2 board members, and then either 3 or 4 independent members to make up the 5 total. So in fact, this would allow a scenario where there was 1 board member and 4 independent members, or 2 board members and 3 independent members. But it would always be capped at 5. The audit committee approved the revision as amended by a 5-0 vote, and this vote will be voted on through the Business and Governance Committee.
Yes, that's correct. So thank you. Thank you, Greg. The no action items?
All right, moving on. The no action requested items, number 4 is, the first one is an update on the cost of living annuity audit that Lee performed. He presented his findings and recommendations related to the cost of living annuity to the audit committee. It was very informative, and his audit contained 9 total recommendations, 7 of which were directed to the SDCERS board for consideration. 3 of those were completed at the January 17 meeting. And it is noted that one of the remaining recommendations is that the board review the process for determining the interest rate used to calculate a member's cost of living annuity benefit, where the interest rate currently used is the discount rate. Other open recommendations were as follows. There's 4 of them. 1, consider changing the interest rate used to credit active port and airport members' cost of living annuity contribution accounts. Item 2, consider including direction in a board rule on how to round a member's age for the cost of living annuity. Item 3, consider requesting that the city and airport amend their plans to shift the responsibility for setting the cost of living annuity contribution rate from the board to the plan sponsor. And item 4, to be mindful of PEPRA provisions as they relate to the cost of living annuity. This is clearly it's a very detailed topic. Lee did a good job digging into it, and there's no action requested here, but this is a discussion item only by the audit committee.
Thank you, Greg. Surviving spouse annuity? Oh, you already covered this. Okay, sorry.
All right, with regard to this, the next no action item is the surviving spouse annuity audit. Lee additionally, at the meeting on Wednesday, presented his findings and recommendations relating to the audit of the surviving spouse annuity. This is a benefit members receive in addition to the retirement allowance if they select maximum benefit and are single at retirement. His audit contained 10 total recommendations, 7 of which were directed to SDCERS board for consideration. And 3 of those were completed in January 2017. There are remaining recommendations which are similar as to those as for the cost of living annuity. So I won't read them off. They are listed in the materials, and those are brought to the board's attention for consideration.
And status reports?
Okay, if there are no questions on that, then last items are the status reports. First up, Lee gave his internal audit status report, and he noted that we juggled the schedule a little bit, which he just approved, and then he noted he's working on a plan sponsor reporting and contribution audit for the city of San Diego, and that audit is on schedule and below budgeted hours, which is good to hear. Status report number 2 was David Bond on information technology, and he provided a status report on information technology, and it'll be summarized for you as part of the report from the Business and Governance Committee. And then status report number 3 was from Johnny Tran on legal services and compliance. Johnny Tran provided a status report on legal services compliance, and that will be summarized for you also as part of the committee from the Business and part of the report from the Business and Governance Committee. Okay. If there are no questions, the audit committee's next scheduled meeting is on July 12th.
All right, seeing nobody in the queue, thank you, Greg.
All right,
That was
thank
much
you,
more
Alan.
efficient than the 4-hour meeting we had
Thanks, Greg.
on Wednesday.
It certainly was. Thank you.
All right, business operations. We're going to make it a little adjustment here. We're going to do item B1 first, which would be the approval of the 2016 valuation. Gene?
And while Gene and his team are getting set up, we are scheduled to present the same valuation before the city council on March 21st. Is that right, Marcel?
Yes, at 2 p.m.
At 2 p.m. So we'll be back before the city council on March 21st. And as I reported to the board, Marcel and I presented a version of this valuation to the port board and to the airport board in February. So with that, Gene?
Good morning, and Ed, this is your last board meeting?
Yes, sir.
It was a pleasure working with you. As Mark mentioned, we already presented the preliminary valuation results in January, June 30th, 2016, and we're here today essentially presenting the exact same numbers without change. And we'll go over a bit of some background, historical trends, the details of the 2016 valuation, and then we'll, as we usually do, look ahead and do some stress testing. Alice, if you would provide some of the background.
Great. So as a recap, the highlight of this year's valuation was the assumption changes, and those assumption changes came about in 2 different times. First, in 2015, the board approved the reduction, the 25 basis point reduction to the discount rate and wage inflation assumptions, bringing them to the current valuation of 7% for the discount rate and 3.05% for the wage inflation. And then in September of 2016, the board adopted the results of the 5-year experience study that was performed on the demographic assumptions. And the results of that experience study reflected in this valuation, the most significant factor was the change in mortality assumptions. We saw that we adopted the CalPERS mortality table with the MP15 projection, and that caused the most significant increase in the liabilities and costs. Now, whenever there's a change in assumptions, we have to revisit the member contribution rates. For the city, there's the substantially equal requirement, so those rates are recalculated so that there's a substantially equal cost sharing between the employee and the employer. Those new rates can be found in Appendix C of the report.
And I believe we presented those back in January.
Yes. And then for the port and the airport, the PEPRA plans need to revisit the member contribution rate whenever their assumption changes there. The UPD safety has the PEPRA plan, and the airport, all the general employees PEPRA plan. The contribution rates are established as a 50-50 cost sharing. Whenever the normal cost changes by more than 1%, then the contribution rates need to be recalculated. At this point, the UPD normal cost changed by 0.7% and the airport by 0.9%. And so those contribution rates remained unchanged because they didn't go above the 1% threshold.
Okay, now we will briefly review some historical trends. This is a shortened version of what we showed in January. In January, we showed historical trends in assets and liabilities and contributions and gains and losses. Today, we're just summarizing the assets and liabilities, and this is for the city. And you can see the ending, there's a funding ratio at the top of the bars, and that is the ratio of the smooth value of assets to the bar itself, which is the actual liability, and you're at 71.6%. I think you can see during the 90s, you were hovering close, just under 100%. And then your rocky period between 2001 and 2 recession, and then the MP business that took place. And then we had a surging market, and again in 2008 and 9 recession. But the significant thing to draw from this is the gold bar versus the gold line versus the greenish line, which is the smooth value of assets versus the market value. And you can see that whenever there is a recession, we hold up an asset figure that's higher. Whenever there's a bull market, it's the reverse. And so I think the asset smoothing method has done its job very well. David, you could take the UPD and the airport.
So this shows the last 20 years of history for the UPD, and you can see in the beginning, the UPD was actually over 100% funded, and then they suffered from not so much the underfunding, but again, investment and performance in 2002, 2003. And then they went up as you had good returns, and then they dropped when you had the 2009 market. And their funded ratio has hovered in the low to mid 70s over the last 7 years or so. And it's 74.4% as of 2016, dropping again with, as Alice mentioned, the assumption changes, the discount rate and the mortality. This shows the assets and liabilities since the airport authority spun off from the Port District in 2003. You can see they started off with a relatively low funded ratio, but then combination of good investment returns and excess contributions, they ended up being over 100% funded. And they were affected by the 2009 market, but they've been in the mid 90s for most of the last few years. They actually have their own contribution policy where if they drop below 90, they get to 90. And if they're between 90 and 95, and they make additional contributions on an annual basis until they're at 95. So there are several years here where you're seeing those funded ratios going up because they're making additional contributions. And because their funded ratio is below 90, this year we expect they'll continue with that policy and make an additional contribution by before July 1st.
So this shows the summary of the valuation results for the city. These numbers have not changed since January. You can see in the top dark blue area statistics on the membership. We have a declining active population due to the plan largely being closed, with the exception of police. The average pension benefit is slightly rising. It's just under $50,000. Then there's the actual liability, which increased primarily, and we'll get into the bridge calculation as to what the components of the increase are on the next slide. But the funded ratio on an actuarial value we showed earlier in the graph was 71.6. On a market value, you're 70%. And I guess the thing we spent most of our time in January on was dealing with the jump in the ADC, actuarial determined contribution, from 261.1 million to 324. One good news in here is that we expected administrative expenses to increase to 13.1 million, but the experience study showed that you folks have been pretty tight on the administrative expenses, and it's now dropped to 11.5 million. The causes of the difference in the liability, we would have expected the liability to increase by 210 million. The discount rate down to 7, plus the inflation assumption increased nearly another 100 million. Then we had the demographic assumptions, largely the mortality, of 444 million, and we had a liability loss, 49.7. We don't expect that to continue in the future, that item, because we have strengthened the assumptions. On the assets, we expected them to increase by 338 million, but we had an investment loss of 87.3, and then the UAL is the difference between the two. And then on the ADCs, I mentioned before, the large component of the increase is the 42.4 million due to the demographic assumptions. Again, at the last board meeting, we did discuss this increase at length and look at different ways to deal with it. Any questions?
Quick question, Gene. The conversation comes up all the time about a fully funded system. What exactly does that mean? How would you define a fully funded system? Because the airport uses 90% as their trigger to add more money. So is
Typically, people think of a fully funded system as your assets equal your liabilities or in excess of. But to me, a fully funded system is an illusion, because you can be there one day and then a market drop and you're not there anymore. So typically in actuarial circles, a fully funded would be 100%.
100% is the simplest way
Yes.
to view that. But in reality, it's, to use your words, an illusion to actually get there.
Well, no, not an illusion to get there. An illusion that once you're there, everything's okay.
Right.
Because you could have one market downturn and
Find a cure for
I
cardiovascular
worked for a
disease.
system once, and it was actually the Maryland systems. They had a amortization period that was supposed to end 2020, and in the year 2000, they reached 100%, and they got the board members these hats with 2020 with an X in it, and had a big bottle of champagne for everybody, and they celebrated, and the cover of the CAFR said "paid in full," and then the markets tanked.
So the airport policy, how does that policy come to be? Not using 90%. Why do they use 90 instead of 80 or 100 or 110? Does anybody?
You know, I don't know the history behind that plan. They've wanted to demonstrate a commitment to be as close to 100% funding, and so they've had this policy in place for a number of years. A couple times in the past, it has triggered them to make contributions above the ADC.
Right. Right. I mean, the city plan has a corridor provision that acts in a similar way, where it causes them to pay more if they get too far out of line as well.
Well, that exists for the port of the airport as well.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So the airport has that on top, has their
All three plans have that
have that corridor provision.
Yep.
Okay.
Mark, I may be speaking out of line, but I've always assumed the airport authority has an easier ability to pass on costs through their operations than, say, the city does. So it's through
Well, they just
fees
charge the airplanes more money to land.
Right.
Well, the airport and the port are in better position to pay their ADC. It's
Yeah.
in absolute terms much lower, of course, and then financially, they're both in very good shape.
Right. Okay. Great. Thanks, Gene.
I think if I remember correctly, the Taft-Hartley plans, they have their red lights, yellow lights, and green lights. And I think the plan is green when they hit 80%, if I remember correctly.
80%.
If it's above 80, yes.
Above 80.
I had a quick question on the, on slide, page 10, on the city's valuation results. The number of employees went down from active employees from 7,038 to 6,748. Going forward, how do you project the active employees? Do you leave it flat? Do you increase it with inflation?
We have a series of assumptions regarding retirement, mortality, disability, termination from employment, and it's applied to individual by individual. So if we did a projection of the 6,748, based on those assumptions, we'd see that declining over time until they're all gone. There are no new hires. Well,
Except
there's
for
the police, yeah. So on the police, we would assume it would be level. The new hires would come in, replace those that leave.
Wonder if you could just get a projection of that and send it to me?
Yes.
So I could look at it.
Yes.
Thanks.
We've already done that, so it's just a matter of getting it to you.
Didn't see it, yeah.
We'll share it with Mark, and Mark could share it with the
Of course, they convert from active to being retired, so the total members in our system aren't really changing, right? And then the port and airport are still adding members, so interestingly, if you take a long-term trend of what our membership levels are, they're very stable, in fact, have been growing.
Although people do die.
They do that.
Apparently not at the same rate as they used to.
Right. All right, David. you
All
can-
right, so looking at the results for the UPD, the membership, their active membership also declined slightly. Their inactive membership and total annual benefits increased. The UAL went from 96.2 million to 129.5 million. Again, investment performance and changes in assumptions. And the funding ratio is now 74.4%. And then on a market value of assets, it's slightly lower, 73%. And the ADC increased from 14.6 million to 17.7 million. This slide, which explains the changes in those amounts, if you focus on the two right columns, you expected a slight decrease in the UAL and a slight increase in the ADC. You had the reduction in the discount rate and the inflation rates that increased those amounts. You had asset experience that increased the UAL and the ADC. The most significant factor, again, was the new demographic assumptions, which increased the UAL by 27 million and the ADC by nearly 2 million. And then there was some adverse experience on the liabilities that had a slight impact on the UAL and ADC, mostly from differences in membership experience versus what was assumed, and also inactive mortality. And as Gene said, we wouldn't expect to see the magnitude of those losses going forward because you've now implemented new assumptions. So in total, again, the UAL increased to 129.5 million and ADC by about 3 million to 17.7 million. Looking now at the airport authority, they actually had increases in membership across the board, more active members and more inactive members. Pretty small numbers relative to the city, but as a percentage, their inactive population is growing fairly quickly. The UAL increased from 3.9 million to almost 17.6 million. They were close to 100% funded last year, but they're now just under 90% on an actual value of assets basis. And the ADC last year was just under 3.8 million, and it's now just over 5.4 million.
go ahead.
If we look at the different components that affected those amounts, again, focusing on the two columns at the right, there was a small decline that was expected in the UAL and a small increase expected in the ADC. Like the other two plan sponsors, you had increases from asset experience that wasn't what you would have assumed, and from taking down your economic assumptions. You had a sizable increase from the new mortality and other assumption changes. And there was a small liability loss, mostly from salary increases that were over what was expected. And then finally, airport has their own component. They have a negative amortization payment that's meant to ensure that you're always at least paying principal on the UAL. And that payment increased slightly from last year to this year by just under 100,000. So in total, UAL increased pretty substantially from 3.9 million to 17.6 million. The ADC is now just over 5.4 million.
And Mark, you presented to the airport these results. I'm expecting that they're probably going to pay more than the 5 million because of the 90% funding.
Yes, they are projected to pay an additional 1.6 million this June 30th to get their funding ratio otherwise back up to 90%. And then there's an as David had mentioned earlier, I think it's in the 1.6, 1.7 million more incrementally that they will pay for the next 4 or 5 years, assuming all assumptions are met. And of course, we know that won't happen, but yeah.
That's just an interesting policy discussion, how the different plan sponsors approach their funding and how they approach funding the pensions. The airport has this policy at 90%.
Right.
That they're going to make this extra payment, where the city has their pension reserve, where they hold the money, the city holds the money, and then if the ADC increases, they reach into the pension reserve to pay it instead of putting it in the pension system sooner. So it's interesting how the different plan sponsors will approach their philosophy on how to fund pensions. So.
And Mark, there also was, I think, suggestion from one of those plan sponsors that they would prefer to be funding at a lower discount rate.
Yes, I did share that briefly with the board at the retreat, but when Marcel and I presented both to the airport board and to the Port Authority board and discussed the rationale behind how this board set the 7% discount rate and how we get input from the investment community on long-term expected rates of return versus our asset allocation, they understood the science behind that, but there was an outspoken number of members of each of those two boards that expressed an interest in seeing the rate go lower. I can't say that that's a majority of their board. They just had a couple of very outspoken people that were comfortable getting the rate lower and, in fact, paying more. I mean, the airport has this policy, as you mentioned. Right. The Port Authority board is, as I understand it, in a good position to potentially pay more, and they were going to be discussing that, I believe, at a future board meeting about whether they would voluntarily pay more above the ADC as well.
But I also recall making the comment that if they would like to fund at a 6% discount rate, we could always calculate that number without this board setting the assumption lower, and they could just pay it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, we did give that schedule to the Port Authority board. So if they wanted we showed them a 30-year projections chart of their ADC payment at 7% and then a 30-year projections chart at a 6%. And so they could voluntarily pay more every year, like an extra payment on the mortgage.
You know, commenting on Alan's comment with regard to the reserve that the city has, I think it was my understanding they had about a $20 million reserve, but the increase in the payment this year will wipe that out.
Correct.
Plus some. So the question I've got is, in their new budget, are they planning to refund the reserve, or is there going to be a reserve?
I don't know, Bill, and we'll find out soon. The city's working through their fiscal 18 budget process right now.
But that reserve really isn't a reserve that we have any access to. That's
Correct.
kind
Their
of
policy
their
decision,
business.
correct.
Their policy.
So I don't think it affects anything that we do here.
No. Well,
They can reallocate the reserve anytime they want and take it away.
so the question I have at that point is, with these different policies, from a pension board, from a pension funding standpoint, is it more effective for the plan sponsors to hold that money and then pay it in the future in case the ADC gets beyond what they projected or we projected, or is it better to make a payment into the system sooner to help smooth or mitigate increases in ADC? What is there an actuarial perspective on that?
Well, there's a real life perspective that I can share with you, because this exact same argument or point came up. We've been retained by the city of Detroit, the city, not the retirement system. And they know in their bankruptcy plan, by 2024, their contribution is going to jump dramatically. They're putting this reserve aside, and they're wondering, should we just give the retirement systems this reserve, or should we hold it ourselves? We're only earning 4% on it. After weeks or months of deliberation, they decided to keep it at the 4% earnings because they don't want to take the risk, because the investments of the Detroit retirement systems is like 80% risky assets. And they don't want to absorb a shock. So they're willing to just earn the 4% and then use that reserve to pump into the plan when needed. Is that the right answer? You could argue it both ways. It's a matter of risk.
It becomes really a risk tolerance for the plan sponsor.
Yes.
Just like anybody investing their own personal funds, you have to evaluate your own risk tolerance.
Yes.
So different plan sponsors would have different risk tolerance, therefore make different policy decisions.
And they determined that at the 4% earnings, they can afford a sizable reserve, so why take the risk?
Right. Thank you.
That was a good segue to the last part of the presentation where we do the stress testing. But I'm sorry I missed your retreat, but I was enjoying myself in Switzerland. So, but I understand Bill, and I was sending Mark pictures. Bill Hallmark and David attended, and we had a conference call with Mark, and 5 significant issues came out of that. Discussion of this cliff where you see in the bottom graph their contributions dramatically dropping in about 10 years. Contribution stability, amortization policy. Then there was a discussion of intergenerational equity, capital market assumptions, because Aon Hewitt now is assuming less than the 7% discount rate, the impact of negative cash flow, and the long-term risk profile of the system. We're not going to discuss those issues here today, but we are going to prepare something very lengthy for the September board meeting where we present the economic assumption review. We want to hit on each one of those at that meeting. So Mark and I were discussing, we didn't want the board to feel that the good work at the retreat was going to be forgotten, and that I think that's all basically. But we will do a little bit of stress testing and risk profiling here. If you can go to the live model.
You know, we constantly refer to this as a cliff, and while Ed is still here on the board, I just want to say that I object to calling this a cliff. This is a mortgage payoff that we should be celebrating. And when we call it a cliff, it almost sounds like it's something bad that we're going to fall off of and get hurt at the bottom. I think this is a great thing to be able to pay off this mortgage and to pay it off as soon as we can. And I just want to say that while Ed's still here in support of his position.
And I think I want to. Mark made the comment that if these assumptions are realized, but of course they're not going to be realized, he's absolutely right. You're not going to earn 7% every single year. So the first thing we're going to play with is, if you look at the top left-hand side of the chart in the green column, you see that next year ADC of 324. Liza tells me that you've earned 5.2% through December 31st. And if she could do it again the next 6 months. 10.4. Dave, I'll show you the sensitivity to the ADC. So the number that changed was the fiscal year ending 19. So it's now at 324.5, which is the same as actually this one coming up. So go back to 7. So there's a $5 million swing if you can earn that 10. If things went through, if you earned only, didn't earn anything more the rest of the year, 5.2, and 329 goes to 231.9. So that's the sensitivity of it. But getting back to the cliff, I did this yesterday.
We're going to have to find a new term.
I'm sorry. Well, I was going to show you why it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Let's go to 1932, David. So what we're doing now is looking at the markets as they perform from 1932, this is right near the Great Depression, for the next 32 years. And the line at the bottom chart is the baseline, what we're projecting now if you earn 7% each year. You can see now in this scenario, there is, Val, what can we call it? There is no drop-off.
That's okay.
There is no drop-off. But David, go through history and watch how, that was right after the Depression, we earned 100%, but keep going. You'll see that, so who knows what it's going to be?
The shape keeps changing depending on the assumption on the rate of return.
Returns that you get, yes. I think the best period is 1950. We start. Stop on that one. So here we got a period where you do have a drop-off, but then you got a dramatic increase because you probably hit the recession of the 70s. So this, to me, is you could take two different systems and you might see two different patterns of contributions. But this contribution volatility is a big component of the risk you face, and it's something that we're constantly looking at. I think in September, we'll be doing it more extensively, not only what's called here a deterministic projection, but we'll also be showing stochastic projections. I think at the retreat we may have seen some of that. the R scan.
Do I go? Okay.
And I just want to show the current, David. This is just showing a projection of the ADC going forward. The line is the expected, but if you look at the bottom of the light green to the top of the top orange, there's a 50% chance you're going to be in that range. And there's a 50% chance you're going to be outside that range. So it shows you the significant risks of the system. But we'll do more of that in September. I'd like to just briefly, David, go back to the projection for the city, the UPD. And they've got a different pattern of future contributions. They don't have a significant drop-off, and then the airport authority. And I just want to see, since they're almost fully funded, if they had a 0 versus 15 for the next year. I think there's significant, the more fully funded you are, the more swing there is in the, that's 0. Well, not as bad as I thought, but anyway, so stress testing is something that we're constantly looking at. The valuation results that we present to you are snapshots in time, and the baseline projection, as Mark mentioned, isn't going to happen because there is going to be investment volatility.
You know, I had a quick question. I'm looking at the green bar and the yellow bar, and the green bar is a pretty big, significant portion of the total contribution there going in. Is that right?
That's the member contribution.
Member contribution, right. If you go back and you look at ours, the city, take a look at the city. Much less.
That's because you have a much larger unfunded. So were you on the airport authority?
Total payment.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we were to graph, if we were to split that gold bar into normal cost, the cost of accruals, and unfunded, you wouldn't be that far off from the other plan sponsors. But because you have a big unfunded, the city bears the cost for that.
Okay.
That concludes our presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Nobody in the queue? So move on to a motion. Oh, Natasha, there you go.
I'll present the Siegel presentation too.
I just wanted to make a comment though on the mortgage, because while it's great to pay off the mortgage, there has to be a balance. So you want to make sure that you can buy your groceries and pay your electricity bills and all of that at the same time. So I think it's great to shoot for that, but I think that there has to be a balance.
I also think that the demonstration of all the different scenarios that could occur show you an awful lot of risk in our future that we can't calibrate right now. And to the extent that we can pay off that mortgage, we're going to have a lot less risk for our members going forward after that.
You know, Natasha and I understand exactly where you're coming from, but one of the things that's frustrating to me is that that argument absolutely works before the city council committed the sins they committed by kicking the can down the road and incurring this liability. Okay, so the problem is now they've done it. They've stepped into it. They overspent. And so the question becomes, they traded off some of those things, whether they knew it or not at the time, because they chose not to fund the plan with the benefits that they were giving. And so at some point, someone has to pay for it. And at some point, it means that fewer potholes are going to get filled, and fewer library books are going to get purchased, and fewer things are going to happen because of a choice that they made. And it's kind of like what I try and tell my kids, which is, you caused the mistake, you better feel the pain so that you don't do it again. And that's, I think, the big issue. So I agree with you. I want all those things done. But the problem is somebody else made a decision that was a poor decision, and we do have to pay for it. There's a reckoning. And there is a lot of risk because, as Gene says, you have a bad year of investments, you're in trouble. And we aren't at the 80% level. We aren't at the 85% level. I'm not saying we should need to be at 95, but I think certainly 85 or better is a place where we absolutely have to get this plan to.
Well, and I think, you know, going back to some of the conversations we've had about the generations that are also paying for this as well, you know, we've looked at that, and the cliff which I will still use, because I see that as an impact on the generations that are paying for the past, and, you know, they're paying for the past, and should they be?
I mean, both sides of this discussion can be very healthy. One of the challenges as a city employee, I'm challenged with is when the pension payments get characterized as some waste of money and it's preventing the city from being able to do things like fill potholes or put fires out or put bad guys in jail. When the reality is this payment is part of that service. It's part of what we do in the city. The city exists to provide services, and people provide those services. So this payment is part of providing those services. It's not prohibiting the service. It is part of cost of delivering that service. And where I get challenged is, and I get frustrated, honestly, is when the numbers get used out of context. And I said this in the last meeting, the payment is almost $325 million. The citywide budget is almost $3.4 billion. So my question is, there's another $3.1 billion in that budget someplace. So to characterize the pension payment as preventing the provision of services, potholes, police officers, is disingenuous at best, because there's another $3.1 billion in that budget to provide services. And so it's frustrating when I hear people characterize this pension payment as we can't do business because of the pensions. No, you can do business because of the pensions, because without the pensions, you wouldn't have the people here to do those services. So as a longtime city employee, it's very frustrating to hear as though the cost of us providing the services is preventing the services being provided. So I know it was a lot of ways around and everything, but. Good point.
No, and I guess the thing that frustrates me is to hear that, you know, again, the city's paid their pension in full.
Right.
For how many years? You know, it's been quite some years.
Decade.
A decade,
Yeah.
and they will
So
continue to do that.
10 years of doing the right thing.
Right, and they will
Yes,
continue to
yes,
do it.
yes.
You know, I just, you know, think that there has to be consideration of the balance. You know, the phase-in approach that we discussed
Right.
was going to put us all in the same spot at the end. And that's where I you know, look at that and see that as the balancing act
Right.
that we have to look at.
But, you know, I think the city council and the mayor, they're human beings. And so in 2000, when we increased the pension payments retroactively, we created an unfunded liability, the city did. Then when the mayor didn't make the required contributions for 7 years, I think it was, Mark's gone, something along the order of 7 years, the contributions were less than required. Those were
It was
human
before
decisions.
2005.
Pardon?
Before 2005.
Yeah, right, before 2000. Those were human decisions that were made. Those same decisions can be made in the future. We don't know whether those are going to be there or not, just like we don't know the investment returns. So we need to be conservative and make sure that we're doing the right thing. And we are, frankly, running very close at a 70% funded ratio, 72 or somewhere in there. It's difficult to make it up when our funded ratio is that low.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I guess, again, you know, we continue to disagree on that, but the phase-in of a 4-year period in the short term isn't really going to be that much of a difference in the long term. And that's where I was looking at that, so.
Ed?
You know, I worked through the numbers about 6 or 8 months ago, the impact of putting in $1 today, when the city matches the dollar, and, you know, with the rule of at 7%, how quickly that adds up. Remember, the bulk of the money that goes into the plan is not from the contributions, it's from the investment earnings. And the sooner you put the money into the plan, the sooner the money is working for you, and I think that says it all.
Agree.
Or lose.
Nasi?
I do want to, actuarially, when you look at these things, phasing it in or doing it in 1 year may not change the ultimate outcome, at least graphically at any given point in time when Gene punches in a bunch of numbers into his computer. but it absolutely does make a difference in terms of solvency and the ability to weather future downturns of investment returns or poor policy decisions by the city. And so I'm all for a balance, but to say that, oh, it doesn't matter, we can phase it in because it doesn't matter, we're going to end up in the same place, not true. Not true, because if we have problems along the way, but we fund it more aggressively early on, we are going to be in a better position to weather those issues. I mean, I want to make sure, am I completely off on that, Gene?
No, you make a good point.
Thank you, okay. I appreciate that. I'll give you that money later, thank you.
But it is this is something that I think we want to discuss at length in September. And so we'll come back to.
It's not before the board to decide today, but we will revisit this again.
It isn't before the board today, but it's one of the most important decisions that we make, and I think it's a healthy discussion. And what Tanasi just said is what I was trying to communicate earlier about looking at all the things that can happen, and you're in a whole lot better position to deal with those kind of risks and down things that can happen in the future if you fund today. And then I think Tanasi said it much more eloquently than I did, but I think Einstein said the same thing that Ed Kitrosser said, and maybe even more eloquently when he said that the power of compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe.
I have no rebuttal. I don't have any quotes, I'm sorry. No quotes.
Except in Detroit, because they want to compound it 4 versus what they think they'll get.
But I have thoughts both ways on this issue, but I'm going to save it for September.
Okay. Thank you, Gene. All right, nobody else in the queue? So with that, we have a motion up to approve the June 30, 2016 actuarial evaluation of the City of San Diego, the San Diego Unified Port District, and the San Diego County Regional Airport Authority. I have a mover of Ed Kitrosser and a second of Charles Hugquist.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And that motion passed 12-0. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Okay, next item up will be the interview and selection of firm for actuarial services contracts. Marcel, are you going to set us up here?
Good morning. Wanted to give a quick intro to what we are going forward with now. Our board policies require that we contract for our actuarial services once every 5 years. That 5 years has come up. It also requires that if the same firm is selected to conduct actuarial services, we have an audit of their last valuation done by another actuarial firm. So in preparation for this, we developed an RFP. We solicited responses from the 5 firms that currently provide services to California pensions: Chiron, Siegel, Milliman, GRS, Gabriel Roeder, and Bartel Associates. We had 2 responses from Chiron and Siegel, and they're both here to present to you today. In the past, we have not received a overwhelming number of responses, partially because of the litigation that we've been in with our plan sponsors in the past, which is now over, fortunately, and also with some litigation we've had with our actuarial consultants in the past. So we're very happy to have these 2 presentations today. We're going to start off with Siegel. We have Paul Angelo and Andy Young here from Siegel Consulting.
Okay, so good morning, members of the board. As introduced, I'm Paul Angelo from Siegel Consulting, our San Francisco office. I'm joined by my colleague, Andy Young. And I want to tell you right up front how disorienting it is to watch a presentation of an actuarial report and then talk about something else, because I would love to just put these slides aside. Let's talk about your valuation. There's all kinds of great stuff in there. And whether we are retained as your actuary or as your audit actuary, I hope we have a chance to come back and go through those. So we're going to go very quickly through the slides that we prepared here. They are very similar to what you'll see in our formal presentation book. And so just to kick that forward, and I understand that we're going to do 15 minutes of formal presentation, then we'll be open for questions. And again, from our point of view, the quicker we can get to the question discussion, I think the more productive this will be. As noticed, our main team members, myself, Andy Young, and Eva Yum, who could not join us today. We're going to talk about the team real quick, some distinguishing features. We'll talk a little bit about what we understand is going on at SDCERS. You have some very distinctive features, primarily that you have a large closed plan for the city, for other than the police officers, and then a little bit of our background, and close with sort of a why Siegel. I'm Paul Angelo. I've been doing this for 35 years. I lead Siegel's California public sector practice. I may have seen some of you at various calipers workshops and stuff. As we'll mention, I do a great deal of that. We do have quite a bit of business in California. We do 12 of the county 37 Act System plans and a number of chartered city plans, including Los Angeles and the city of Fresno. Andy, you want to take a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Andy Young. I have worked with Paul for 30 years at 3 different consulting firms. I am the co-consulting actuary and the supervising actuary for a number of our city clients. If appointed by your board, I would be your supervising actuary. So what do? I make sure that the valuation reports are delivered on time and accurately. I'm also the liaison between your staff and our staff if a question were to come up on benefit issues or on financial reporting issues that has an actuarial nature. That's my number is what they need to have. I would be assisted by Eva Yam, by Alfred Wang, and by Emily Claire. All of them have extensive experience working on city plans as well as county plans.
And you know, a lot of times, Andy's the guy that all of our clients love. I mean, me, you know, depends on what we talked about the last time. You know, if there's somebody that has to come in and tell somebody stuff they don't want to hear, that's what I get to do. But the dedication and the appreciation that we hear from our clients about Andy and his staff is really one of the great strengths that we bring to you. If you talk to any of our references, you'll just see, yeah, you know, Paul on a good day, but Andy and his crew, they're the ones that actually put the work on the table, and they develop that very close relationship with your staff, because our job is really to not only make the board perform effectively, but also to basically make your staff look good and help them do their jobs. You know, we do, I mentioned we have a lot of experience, particularly with chartered city systems. I've listed some of this here. I do want to talk about the audit role. I will tell you, we are great appreciators of incumbency. You know, and we know what it's like to have a strong relationship with your current actuary, and whereas we are eager to take over that role, we certainly understand that there's an investment you make in that relationship. We do think this is an opportunity for you to get another pair of eyes and another actuarial voice. We've done extensive auditing work. We are actually currently underway auditing 2 other Chiron cases. The city of San Jose here, it's 2 different plans, and they each have retirement and OPEB. So it's actually 4 different valuations. We're in the middle of that right now. We're also in the middle of the last one, Merced County, which is another Chiron case. The others here, I like to mention Los Angeles County. There we have a distinct relationship. We are their retained audit actuary. And we didn't put this in our proposal. That's something you could consider. We have an ongoing contract with Los Angeles County Retirement. And so anytime anything comes up where their actuary, who is Milliman, needs to put a new number on the table, they can basically, we are dialed in and ready to go to come in. So instead of it being just a one-time assignment, you can actually have an ongoing relationship. So anytime you have something where you just want to get another pair of eyes or a review, we did a review, for example, of the LaSera benefit calculations with Eva Yum in the lead on that, extraordinarily detailed. So this idea of having the audit actuary as an ongoing role is just some possibility to keep. But to have another experienced pair of actuarial eyes, we think is something you certainly want to consider. We do meet deadlines. It's unbelievable. We tend to haggle before we promise the deadline. But once Andy and his crew have said that something's going to be delivered, it gets delivered. And we've done that despite the fact that over the last 10 years, we have taken on an incredible amount of business. We mentioned in our proposal that after being somewhat successful in the market in 2002 to 2004, we actually took a year off in 2005. We missed out on a couple of key opportunities, and those clients are still with other firms, but we're very careful not to take on work that we can't do. And then finally, you know, we think that we know that, you know, Chiron is heavily focused on a lot of their modeling issues. We do have the modeling tools. I would say a difference between our firms is we tend to be more kind of talk therapy. We think that communicating actuarial concepts is a key. We get a lot of practice doing that, and that's one thing that, again, if you talk to our references, they'll say that's one of the areas where we excel.
So one thing that I was taught when I first joined the profession is every client is different, and I just have the reconfirmation that you are more unique than some. The one thing that you are aware of is you have 3 plans, one plan which is effectively closed. One thing that is in the Chiron report, but it could not be overemphasized, is the assets for the 3 plans are combined together. So what we have seen happen at the other places is that as there's a need to provide for the cash flow, sometimes there's a need to have a more liquid assets allocation. So that means that not only would the interest rate perhaps go down from the 7 to some other interest rate that have been discussed at the board level, but it may have to go down over time. So I think it is very important, and the board and Chiron has been engaged. I'm glad that you have engaged them in looking at what are some of the risk assessments that can be used to at least educate the board, not now, but that may happen many years down the road.
And so we have a couple of illustrations here, description of how risk assessments work. Again, one of the hallmarks of your incumbent actuary is that I know they do talk to you about risk and they quantify risk. This is really, this is just an outline of what would show up in a risk assessment. You look at the different risks, they tend to tie to the different assumptions, the economic assumptions, the demographic assumptions. There are others, asset liability mismatch, which becomes more of an issue as a plan becomes more mature, and your closed plan is going to become more mature more quickly than a typical open plan. There are a number of tools, and again, you're familiar with most of these: scenario testing, sensitivity testing, stochastic modeling. I'm just going to show you some pictures of these. There is a new standard of practice coming along, probably going to come out next year, that will require a risk assessment. Actuarial firms are not waiting for that to happen, but that will actually become an official part of your reporting under a new standard. So this is a sensitivity scenario stress test. Again, maybe we tend to do these. You could say they're somewhat simpler than maybe what you're used to seeing. I've found this one very effective. It's as simple as can be. What happens if in the next 1 year, the plan, instead of earning whatever your assumed rate is, in this case, it's a plan that was at 7.5%. What if you earn what if you earn double the assumed rate, and what if you earn 0? And what this does is actually, if halfway through the year you know what you've earned, your employers can actually use this to do some short-term budgeting, but it gives a very sparse, very clear representation of what the short-term what the long-term impact can be of a short-term variation in experience. This one, again, very common approach. What happens if you change the discount rate? Now, again, this is a plan that was at 7.5. We showed what would happen if they did the valuation at 7.25. And then this is a stochastic study, which you're familiar with. Everyone has their own color codes. For us, that thick gray bar, that's the 50-50 range that we heard Gene mention when he was presenting your valuation results. So all these are part of the toolkit that we would bring to you as well. Now, funding policy, this is an area of particular specialty and focus for Siegel and for my individual practice. One thing that we noticed, and this is not something that necessarily makes the numbers right or wrong, but you were talking about the drop-off in your payments as you reach the end of the amortization period for some of your layers. That we have a lot of plans that are getting to that point. We call that tail volatility. That's what happens when those layers drop off. There are tools for doing active management of that. One thing that we did notice is that your funding policy is a little bit old school in that you're using 30-year amortization for assumption changes and 15-year amortization for gains and losses each year. We actually have seen that very same policy on some of the other long-established systems. LA City, the LACERS plan, used to have that. LA Fire and Police, their safety plan. We think that is ripe for review. And that under model practice now, and there's been a lot of development of model funding policies culminating in 2014 in the publishing of a white paper by one of the national actuarial organizations. You know, if you were to pull that 30 in some, that would actually help with some of this, these mismatching layers. In fact, something you could do when you get to where you're going to have that drop off. One thing you can consider is, well, that would be an opportunity maybe to take some of those longer layers in your amortization policy and shorten those up, that would tend to increase the contribution for those layers. If you could do that in a coordinated way that matches with the full amortization of some of the shorter layers, you could actually, in effect, spend some of that projected reduction in going to a little more conservative and a little more current amortization policy. So again, amortization policy is a big deal for us. We love talking about it. The other thing is you have a closed plan. You know, we have a lot of plans, obviously, in California that adopted new tiers, and you used to hear people say, well, if you close the plan, the unfunded liability payments are going to balloon up, right, because the payroll base is going to decrease. So when you take your payments and amortize them over a smaller payroll, the rate will explode. That simply doesn't have to happen. There are a number of ways that you can structure your amortization payments. For example, if you're a closed plan, you went to level dollar amortization. That was a really, really smart thing to do. How you characterize that as a percentage of payroll, we have a system that is still going to continue to amortize their unfunded liability over their total employer payroll, even though some of the new members may actually be going into a different plan, a defined contribution plan. Nothing that says that the basis over which you do your amortization cannot include the salaries of members who are not actually in your plan. So that's sort of outside the box conversation, what we like to do when we're talking about funding policy. So I think we're getting to our wrap up here. We do spend I spend a lot of time not working on clients. We make a huge investment at Siegel on big topics affecting public sector plans today. I sat on the GASB task force that came out with GASB 67, 68. I don't know if I can take credit for it. I can tell you it could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. But we're also very actively involved in this whole financial economics debate. Should you value your liabilities based on expected return? Or should you value them based on what it would cost to reproduce them in the market? That is an ongoing issue. We work with a number of national organizations, including GFOA Corba, that's their Committee on Retirement Benefits Administration. And finally, jump to the last one. We're frequent speakers at SDCERS, Calipers, NASRA, NCPERS. Just came back from Calipers where I wrecked my voice making a presentation to the board about, again, emerging actuarial standards and trends in actuarial practice. So why Siegel? We're big and bad. We have capacity. We work on plans like yours. We know both your political considerations and your actuarial ones and how the two fit together. We have capacity to get your work done. We specialize and pride ourselves as being communicators. We are not going anywhere. We have, our Martin E. Siegel, who founded the company in the 1930s, has passed on, but there's a very clear way that we do succession management. The way the ownership of the company is very carefully transferred from one generation of employees to another, so we're very stable. We live and die in California, and we have a firm commitment to the public sector, not only in California, but nationwide. So here we are, and we would, let's go back. I don't know where no one flashed a clock at me, but I'd be happy to take your question.
I was watching, yes. 2 more minutes on your 15 minutes.
How'd I do?
Very good.
Okay.
So, board, questions, comments? Val?
Sure. First of all, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I guess I would like to hear a little bit more about what kind of differences we might expect to experience if we were to make a change, because as you can tell, the board and staff are very happy with Chiron, and so I guess to make your case, you've got to tell us a little bit about what differences would we expect, and while you're at it, would we enjoy all the benefits of those differences if we hired you to audit rather than to replace Chiron? Why would we replace Chiron rather than have you audit Chiron and get, let's say, 90% of the benefit without having any of the upheaval of a change?
Okay, well, I'm gonna answer. First of all, I think I do think our principal difference is that that while we use software tools, we tend to view those as more of an adjunct to the consulting relationship. We tend to focus more on policy issues. There's especially when it comes to funding policy, there can be situations where there's a temptation for the consulting actuary to make their recommendation based on what looks good in the stochastic simulation and not necessarily what is necessarily the best and transparent policy. And I'll give you a very live example of this. In 2005, CalPERS, you know, the elephant in the room, did a massive review of their funding policy in April 2005, and they ended up adopting a set of policies that every actuary in the country has rolled their eyes at since. They've undone this since. But they adopted 30-year rolling amortization for gains and losses and 15-year rolling asset smoothing. Now, what that means is you never, your smooth value never makes it back to the market value, and you never pay off the unfunded. What could lead them to do such a thing? Here's what they did. They ran a giant stochastic simulation, and they told the stochastic simulation, we want you to reduce the volatility of future employer contributions as measured by the standard deviation by 50%. And they gave the stochastic model two constraints. One was no longer than 15-year rolling amortization, and no longer than asset smoothing, and no longer than 30-year rolling amortization. Well, the model went to the fences. Yeah. The model doesn't know about the concept of people want to know when you're going to pay off the unfunded. The model doesn't know about the non-quantitative, but nevertheless important sort of transparency and optics issues that come with funding policy. So the thing that we try to not do is you can't make a recommendation on funding policy solely because it gives you the highest R squared. You know, because there are elements of policy decisions that are not captured in simulation. I would say that may be the main difference between us. We tend to be less focused on using the stochastic tools to get to the answer and more focused on things that are more subjective, therefore in some ways more difficult. I do refer to this Conference of Consulting Actuaries white paper. It actually captures these concepts very clearly. Now, how much of that do you get if you hire us to do the audit and not the ongoing actuary? That depends. If you hire us just to come in and do a one-time audit, you're not going to get a lot of it. I mean, we will bring some of that, and we'll tell you that story, and then you'll forget, and then you'll go on about your business. But if there were a way, if you were interested in, let's say, whenever you do, let's say 2 years from now, you do a review of your funding policy. Well, maybe we should get those Siegel guys in here and see what they think about funding policies. Then you can get the sort of compare and contrast between the Siegel approach and the Chiron approach. So I would say if you were to develop an ongoing relationship at the audit level where you brought us in not just for every 5 years to do basically a numerical check of the audit, because that's its principal purpose, is to make sure the numbers are accurate. But if you also engaged us more on an ongoing basis as sort of a consulting audit, you know, I think that would be where you could get the advantage of our perspective without having to go through the rigors of changing actuary. Does that get to your point?
Very much. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, I think there are other examples as well. For example, you are looking at reducing the investment return assumption and possibly phasing in the impact of the assumption changes. We look at that very differently. So as opposed to phasing in the assumption, we have also looked at putting in the lower assumption right away and phasing in the rate impact. So that would be the point in time when, for example, the board is interested in having another pair of eyes come in and say, well, is there any other way to do it so that you achieve the reduction in the investment return assumption right away? So that's where we bring value.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I mean, here's again a difference, just a live difference. If we were in the room and you said, okay, we're at 7.5 and we're at, what was your old?
125.
What was the old? The old was 7.25. You're at 7.25 and you need to get to 7, okay? And you want to basically get there in 2 steps. And someone said, well, why don't we just change the discount rate? We'll use 7 1/8 and then 7 even. I would take my shoes off, jump up on the desk and say, I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense.
You know we did that.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Exactly. Exactly. But nobody took the shoes off. Think about the difference between phasing in the assumption change versus phasing in the cost impact of the assumption change. I mean, after all, when you ran last year's valuation, if someone asked you, what is your long-term assumed return on assets? They open your report and it says 7 1/8. But we've already decided we're going to change our minds next year. There is a material policy difference. It doesn't change the answers. There's a material policy difference between measuring the liability where you think it ought to be and then phasing in the cost impact versus phasing in the
So
assumption
what you're saying
change.
is you'd have changed it immediately to 7, but you would have charged the sponsor as though it were 7 1/8 in that intermediate year.
More or less. Yes, sir.
Got it.
And now here's another thing that, again, I don't know this difference between, this is where I'd love to have both firms in here. We believe that just because two policies get to the same answer does not mean they're the same policy. It matters how you get there from the optics standpoint, not in the simulation, not in the numbers that you send across the street. But it matters how you get there. I'll use an example at the CalPERS talk we just gave. If you have a real high discount rate, so a small liability, right, and a really short amortization period, that'll give you a cost. And if you have a really low discount rate, so a high liability, and a long amortization period, those could give you the same answer. You could get exactly the same contribution rate. Does not make them the same policy. So I think we tend to look more at the non-quantitative aspects of policy to make sure it makes sense and not just does it give you an acceptable answer.
Mark?
Two questions. You can take them in any order, Paul. The first is, I understood Andy's the day-to-day project manager, so on a day-to-day basis, he's the go-to guy. That pertains to the regular actuarial work. We have historically had a fair amount of non-retainer work. So the question there is, are you still the point person on calling on the non-retainer work? Or when would we be calling Paul, or is your role primarily to come and present to the board, and then other than that, you would not typically be involved in working with staff?
Well, you know, it is the latter. It is that is whatever the work is, retainer, non-retainer, special projects, everything. Andy's going to be the person who is the showrunner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Second question, and this kind of goes back to what Marcel's introductory comments were. I've talked with Paul about coming here for a long period of time, and as Marcel explained, the legal history or litigious history of SDCERS has prevented some firms from wanting to bid on doing work for us. You know, we just had 2 responses this year. Siegel, I'm very thankful, did bid on this contract, but they did ask for a limitation of liability in their contractual terms, which Chiron does not currently have. So I wanted to ask Paul, or give him an opportunity to explain why he felt that limitation of liability should be in your contract.
You also have an opportunity to withdraw that.
I do. Okay. I want to make very clear, the point is a conversation about limitation liability. I cannot stand here today as an officer of Siegel and say that we will not want to at least have the conversation. But I will tell you here in public record, I will make it my business to get that out of the way. And that's a conversation between me and my chain of command.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Was that direct enough?
Good one.
Very direct. Ed?
Can you tell us over the past 3 years, any significant client gains that you've had and any significant clients that you've lost and the reasons you've lost them?
We actually, in the last 3 years, we've been quite stable. The only client that we had exactly 2 clients leave. We had one client leave, use somebody else for a year, and then come back. I love telling that story. And then we had a situation where we were the actuary for both the plan and the employer, and we did that with the permission of the plan. But at one point, the plan said they were not comfortable with that anymore, so we're now precluded from having a contract with the employer. So the only cases that we have lost is one where, again, we walked away because of the perceived conflict, and one where we lost in a competitive bid, and after a year, they came back to us. We've also not taken on much new work in the last couple years. And I'm trying to think, when did we have our last wave of new plans? I think was Mendocino and Kern, and that was probably 2014 or maybe earlier. So we actually have been fairly stable for the last couple years, both in terms of no new cases and in no reductions in cases.
But yet you're comfortable, you have the capacity to take us on since you've been fairly stable, and it sounds
Yes, we
like
are.
your staffing is about
Very
the same.
much so. Now, we always review staff. We looked at recently at taking on the City of San Jose plans, that would have been a certain amount of burden. We have a bid out to take on the County of Los Angeles. If we get retained by the County of Los Angeles, we will hire some more entry-level staff. That will actually require some ramp up. Although I think that other than we are always monitoring our staffing level, but what we would do is, if anything, we would be able to serve your case with our existing staff, and then probably open an entry-level position and just start to increase our pipeline sort of at the bottom of our pyramid.
And if I may add, and again, I don't want you to change it at all, but our observation is you are one of the very few prospects that we're talking to where the valuation is delivered the following year. Usually, we would have completed our valuation the last year. So given that you're a 630 client, we would have closed our block of business. I think the last valuation I delivered for the June 30, 16 cases was in January of this year. So this is really a slow time for us, so to speak.
Yeah, that works well.
So LA County and us, the work would be on at different times, is what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, well, I mean, most of our current clients, we have about, I would say, 1/4 of our cases are calendar year plans, and the other 3/4 are June 30 plans. But most of our June 30 plans, we deliver their valuations in October, November, December. So that is our sort of crunch period. We would be working on your valuation then, but the fact that you are accustomed to receiving your valuation early in the next calendar year, that is actually very comfortable, and just in terms of our local workflow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tomasi?
So I have a few questions for you. One is, what was it about our plan that caused you to, or that caused the decision to want to even bid on it? That's one question I'm curious about. Second issue is, how does this plan size-wise fit with the other plans that you have in your current stable of inventory?
Yeah.
And then, well, I'm just going to get it all out. You can. I think the other questions I have is that you talked about a chain of command and a decision-making process on things like the liability waiver. I'd like to understand the chain of command and who is it that we should really be, who's the decision maker in your firm?
Okay.
Or how is it being made? And then lastly, and this is the most important one, are you going to agree with things that I ask you like Gene does? Because that's probably the most critical question that we have. All right, so go ahead.
Okay, so what are the four again?
Why would we be interested in the case if I understand
Okay,
correctly?
then there's relative size,
That's
then
right.
there's who makes the decisions, and then there's am I Gene?
Am I Gene?
I'm going to go backwards on these. Actuaries do not get in trouble. People say, oh, you just tell your clients what they want to hear. That's not where we get in trouble. We get in trouble when we don't tell you what you don't want to hear. And we are pretty famous for doing that. So we are interested in every board perspective. But if any time you ever hear a board member say, well, what, I thought the customer's always right. Well, if the customer's always right, I'd be out of a job. Now, the customer is always the customer, okay? And the boards, even the most underinformed question that you get from a board member is an opportunity to increase the clarity and understanding of that board member and every other. But we have some pretty famous stories. It doesn't happen a lot, where you really just have to get right in the president of the board's face and say, no, you're not going to get that. I still tell one, it was actually one of the LA City plans, and the president of the board, it was back when it was after 2008-9 market downturn, and people were, they wanted to lengthen the asset smoothing period. Okay, in order to, sort of stretch out the impact of that big market loss, where systems were mostly like yours at 5-year smoothing. And there's this concept of a corridor, that if you have a corridor, it means that you're not going to really be able to do as much smoothing as you want to. So the meme on the table was 10-year smoothing with no corridor, which I believe is not consistent with the actual standards of practice. And the chairman, after a discussion, said, well, Mr. Angelo, between now and our next meeting, you're going to have to get comfortable with 10-year smoothing and no corridor. Then there's a quiet moment. And I remember hearing myself say, well, Mr. Chairman, what I can tell you makes me uncomfortable is when people tell me that I need to get comfortable with things. I mean, you can't practice this stuff. So we will push back as much as is necessary. Now, maybe Commissioner, I didn't understand what sort of questions you were really talking about.
Oh, it really just doesn't matter. I just want you to agree with me when I make a comment and ask you if it's okay. That's really all I need you to do.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, if I agree with what you say, then I'll agree with you. Yeah, but no, we will push back. We're pretty famous for it. The only time that we involve our New York office in the work we do out here is contracting, because the legal contracts, because those are potentially risks for our entire organization, have to be reviewed by New York. And this idea that because of your litigation history that we would have to have, by the way, we do not have limitation liability provisions in any of our California clients. None. So this is really definitely picking on your system because of your history. My job is to convey back to our New York folks that history is history, and that there's a lot of time between now and then. They don't know that. All they know is that they read in the papers 10 years ago.
And I understand, but who's the decision-making? I mean, is it a board? Is it a committee? Who is the decision-maker in New York on these issues?
Well, on that
why are you going to be successful arguing that case on our behalf, as opposed to a board member or Mark Hovey arguing that directly to the person who makes that decision? I'm sorry, I'm validating.
That's quite all right. In the previous era, that's the last time around, it was our chief financial officer, name is Rick DeBartolo. He is the person who negotiates our errors and omissions coverage and insurance with the underwriters. And back in the day, we were getting charged $1 million for $10 million of errors and omissions. And as a result, he had to convince the underwriters at the errors and omissions insurance companies that we were very selective about the risks we take on. That literally is exactly why your case came to bear. When I talked to Mr. Bartolo about this in preparation for our proposal, he said that the underwriters are no longer an issue. That's the line he said to me. This is an internal conversation, and that it basically would be the decision of our CEO. So this will be a conversation between me and the president of Siegel.
I was just going to say, I think that it was an intelligent move on your firm's part at the front end without having all the information that they need to have. And we should have no trouble giving you enough information to make everyone comfortable and modify that.
That is my hope. And by the way, I'm glad you expressed that, because I'll be looking for some help here as needed. If I can make the deal, fine. But if not, then we get a conversation with David Blumenstein, who's our CEO, and Mr. Hovey and myself, and we work it out.
Yeah, I think in terms of the size, we do have a few very big size clients. For example, University of California, San Diego County, as you're aware, and Orange County. Otherwise, I would place the retirement system at City of San Diego about where the rest of our other clients reside. For example, if I look at the Alameda County and look at the size of the assets, they're about at where you folks are at right now in terms of the number of people and the number of size of the assets.
Yeah, one of the things I talk on a lot is the structure of retirement plans in California. You got CalPERS, you got CalSTRS, then you actually have the County of Los Angeles and University of California, which are about the same size. And then you've got a pretty continuous run from about $15 billion in assets down to about $2 billion in assets. You guys are right about in the middle of that run. That is our sweet spot. We have a large number of cases at that sort of, $4 to $10 billion in assets range. You're right in our sweet spot, which also gets to why we want to be your actuary. That's our market. That's where we live. You're just a perfect case for us. And I remember my frustration, back when you were going through all your changes, I was doing my job, building our public sector practice. We did a workshop for your board. I mean, we positioned ourselves to be ready. So when you finally went to bid, this is back when you were with Gabriel Roeder Smith as your actuary, we were ready to come in and be your new actuary. And here comes New York, and here comes these insurance underwriters saying, no, Paul, you can't do that. And so, no, you've been in our sites for a long time.
Ed?
Two things. I appreciate your comments on pushback. I used to manage a large accounting firm here in San Diego, and we had more than one occasion we would fire a client because they would push the envelope on accounting principles, and you've got to put your foot down. Has Siegel, have you guys been sued in the past 5 years? And if so, could you tell us the situation surrounding that?
You know, nothing has happened in our West Coast practice. I think, you know, we asked that question when we do the proposal, and I think the answer is no. I'm trying to remember what our, I mean, if it was, I mean, I'm a shareholder and a senior vice president of Siegel, and I didn't hear about it. So I think the answer is materially no.
Jeff?
You may have answered my question, but I'll ask it anyways. For better or for worse, Chiron is very familiar with the politics of the city of San Diego, and they're an actuary and they're supposed to stay behind a certain line, but at the same time understand what's going on. Can you talk about how Siegel would also work in that function of understand the politics of San Diego?
You cannot do public sector actuarial work and not be intensely attuned to political issues. You know, they call it public for a reason. You know, nobody becomes an actuary because they want to see their name in the papers. You know, it's just not a high visibility line of work. Every time I present a major evaluation, next day in the paper, Mr. Anslow from Siegel Consulting, we are intensely focused on maintaining an awareness. Now, again, to pick on particular cases, we work for the City of Los Angeles for all three of their systems, for the Department of Water Power, the utility, for SDCERS, the general members, and for pensions, which is their safety, fire, and police plan. I'm telling you that you want a political environment, go visit LA. So it just is a politically complicated situation. There's more than one employer. There's the mayor's office, there's the city council, and there's the GAO, the administrative office, and you have the labor representatives. So instead of the usual just sort of two sides of the Taft-Hartley table, we got a four-sided table. So we are very sensitive to political issues. We've been involved in one of our clients, Ventura County Retirement. That's where the Reason Foundation, that was their last attempt to do a local initiative that would have frozen the defined benefit plan, if you're familiar with this, and replaced with a defined contribution plan. So again, we have to maintain the same neutrality as the retirement system, because the retirement system is not allowed to be a political advocate. But we assisted parties in developing an analysis. We were asked to do an analysis of that proposal. So there again, it's impossible to not be aware of the political environment. We would look to your staff, and again, back in your day, back when you were famous for this stuff, I read everything that was written about it. So all the stuff about MP1, MP2, all that stuff. I was quite conversant in all that. If it's still relevant, I would sort of brush up a little bit just in case those terms come up. But we would look to your staff to help us, but we are very familiar with the fact that a political sensitivity, political awareness is a crucial part of consulting to public sector retirement systems.
And Paul, if I may add, but that's on the policy aspect. Once the board, for example, you decide on the funding policy, you decide on the amortization period, I can only deliver one answer to you. The computer only give me one answer, and that is the answer that we will deliver once you make those tough decisions for us.
Yeah, I sometimes joke, it's hard enough for us to come up with the one answer. That, that is when it comes to the objectivity of the advice we give you and then the calculations that we do, those are not politically influenced. It's, I would say, it's when we are being realistic about, we think the board needs to do this. Sometimes being aware of the political issues can be helpful to get a successful result. I will throw out a term here, which again we use at the Calipers presentation. It's called agency risk. This is an economics term, and it's the idea that agents, who are basically anybody who has any skin in the game, they're going to sort of try to move the numbers in their direction. I joke about the fact that I have a little agency risk detector here that I carry with me, and the only problem is I can't keep batteries in the thing because every meeting it's going beep, beep, beep. So yeah, this idea that there are agents who want to influence your decisions in ways that are consistent with their objectives, not necessarily yours, we're just always aware of that.
Thank you.
A couple follow-up questions. On the, with regard to the county plan for San Diego, how long have you guys been the actuary on that plan?
I think 2004, does that sound about right?
2004, so you were there during the period that they had some interesting investment policies. Did you guys comment on that? Were you part of that? What was your role in that?
That's a very productive question. We were not.
So you're already doing well. My fourth question from the last one. This is fabulous.
You're
Good
on a
job.
roll. That's right. We do not give investment advice. We are not insured for it. We're not licensed for it. Okay, and so we were not actively involved in the decisions about Salient, which is the name of the firm, of Salient and their version of risk parity, which was the investment strategy. The one place where it affected us is when it came time for us to recommend an expected return on assets. We use what's called a building block approach, and the building block approach was developed before anybody ever heard of risk parity. So we had to figure out how to modify, because risk parity, you can have a situation where you invest in 140% of the assets, and then you in effect borrow the missing 40. Well, how do you take a sort of a nice, simple, building block approach? Here's the return on equities. Here's the return on bonds. Here's the return on timber. How do you modify that? So the main thing where we had to react to the Salient recommendations was modifying our model for the expected return to accommodate the risk parity strategy. We were not involved in any active way in either the onset or the departure of Salient and their recommendations.
Okay, and then thank you. And the second part of my question, or second question I have is, how many plans out there have an actuary auditing the actuary? And then is that something that really needs to, you made a case a little bit that should be done annually, but I'm not sure that I understand what the need for that. I could certainly understand it on special projects. I'm just not sure I understand it. And I'm also curious how many plans really do that. And then finally, since somebody else is going to start talking after this, I do want to thank you guys for being willing to bid on the program, for coming here today. It's helpful when there is competition, and it's helpful to see you guys here. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I absolutely do appreciate you being here.
Good. I may have given a wrong impression. In Los Angeles County, where we are the retained audit actuary, we do not audit every valuation. We audit the valuation basically every 6 years. And then we are on call when there are special projects. I think that the audit of the actuary doesn't need to be done anymore, at the most every 5 years. However, it is now a commonplace. It used to be that people only did audits when the actuaries only did audits because they were trying to displace the incumbent. That is, the whole idea was you need to find a dead skunk under the porch, and then you can basically take over. And so if you didn't find the dead skunk, it was a bad audit. That is not the case anymore. The successful audit now is where you match the numbers, because that's what people are really worried about, and you have some comments to make about other practices. But no, we did not. If I gave the impression that we are actually auditing every annual valuation, that is not the case. The ongoing relationship, we'll do nothing for years at a time, and then something will come along. The idea is they don't have to go out and recontract with us just because they did a cost study and they want us to take a look at it. But no, the audit is an every 5 years at most kind of approach.
Karina?
Yes, thank you for coming here. I wanted to understand better. You said in comparison to Chiron, you tend to be more qualitative, and you've emphasized your objectivity and neutrality. Can you talk at a really high level about the methodology behind your scenario testing, your scenario analyses? So you showed a graph there with 3 lines, different contribution levels, at just a high level.
Yeah, at a high level, it's not a whole lot to think about. It's pretty straightforward. The idea is, first of all, to do the scenarios on something that's real easy to understand, and anybody can understand that next year, we're either going to earn 7 or we're going to earn more or less. Now, we used to sort of have folks say, well, let's do 7, and let's do 3, and let's do 10. Okay, now this is how I think about numbers and round numbers. If you do 7, 3, and 10, you've actually you've picked a new number. Mainly, you've picked 3. But the thing about 0 is you don't have to pick 0. Everybody gets 0. And the thing about 2 is 2 isn't an assumption. It's just double. So we've actually very deliberately look at 7, 0 and 14, then we have not actually introduced another subjective, what looks like an estimate. The moment you do 7 and 3, oh, you think it's going to be 3? It looks like a prediction. We actually try to be careful and not refer to these as projections. We call them illustrations, because the moment you say projection, it sounds like you're making a prediction of what's going to happen. So the high-level thought between whatever you assumed, double what you assumed, and 0 is it gives you a nice range of values. You can see it gives you enough space between the lines that you can do some interpolating, but it doesn't put another estimate on the table. So that's why we use double, 0, and the assumed, because then you haven't introduced another, what looks like another short-term prediction of the outcome.
Carol?
2 questions. First of all, what kind of discussions are you having with your clients currently about the discount rate? And secondly, we heard earlier about how you're going to work with staff and how Andy's going to be kind of the frontline guy. Are you, Paul, going to be at all our presentations, and how many clients do you have that role for?
I will go backwards. I will be at all your presentations. The only, and I'm currently in that role for about 10 different cases. Because, and again, the only real crunch comes, again, if you met on the first Thursday of the month and you wanted your evaluation in October, November, December, those first, I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, I have plenty of capacity. There just aren't enough first Thursdays in the month. You'd be surprised at how many plans happen to be on the same day. So when we have scheduling conflicts, it's not because there aren't enough of me to go around. It's because we just coincidentally have too many boards meeting on the same day. That's why Andy's comment about the fact that you tend to get your reports in the first quarter of the next calendar year, there's a lot of room, a lot of real estate there. At this point, we have, other than that issue, other than the fact you have boards meeting on the same days and wanting their reports in the same couple of months, we simply have not had conflicts. And what was the first question?
Discount rate.
Oh yeah, it's coming down. Now, I am a firm believer in round numbers. Part of me wishes, by the way, we do a survey of California cases. And by the way, California is ahead of the country on this. The country, you'll still find 8% out there. In California, there are 2 systems that have above 7.5. One is at 7.6. And the other is like 7.65 because they're phasing in their reduction from 7.5 down to 7 over 18 years. I can't make this stuff up. They're not, so I know. That's why we don't like phase-in assumptions. But right now, about half, there's about 10 systems at 7.5. There's about 10 systems at 7.25. There are 4, I think, systems at 7. There's 1 system below 7. It's continuing to move downward. A lot of the issue is the inflation component. And this is something that will come up it would certainly come up in the actual audit because we've audited a couple of Chiron's cases recently. We are more explicit than Chiron in making sure that the inflation component of the salary scale is the same as the inflation component of the investment return. And I just observe you have right now your wage assumption is 3.05. When you go into your actual report, it calls it the inflation assumption. I'm not clear to this day whether that is price inflation or wage inflation. And those are not necessarily the same number. And when you look for what is the inflation component, pure price inflation, that is built into your 7% expected return, that is also not clear. I bring this up because in the building block approach that we use, a lot of the downward pressure on the nominal return is in the inflation component. We have some systems still at 3.25, pure price inflation. Most are moving to 3. Well, if you go from 3.25 to 3 and don't change anything else, that alone moves the nominal rate, right, down from whatever it was to 25 points lower. We don't think we're done. I would love to have the entire world sort of get to 7% and then do something else for a while, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see some systems that are going to move to lower than 7. But I think that there will be maybe for the vast number of systems, there may be kind of a comfort point if they can actually all get down to 7. Again, maybe then you take a breather for a while. You have to remember that we don't know what the number is. And this is another thing about stochastic modeling that makes me nervous. Folks will say, well, I don't know what the expected return is, but I know that there's a 50% chance it's going to be between this number and this number, right? You don't know that. You don't know that at all, because that's all based on assumptions. So the stochastic simulation is just as made up as the deterministic simulation, deterministic model. And that's why if you choose your discount rate based on the results of a stochastic simulation, it means somebody else made your decision for you, whoever it was that came up with those capital market assumptions. And if you get rid of that person and bring in another firm with capital market assumptions, you'll get a different answer. So I think this number is less knowable than perhaps the stochastic approach may make you think. And that's why I make these sort of hand-wavy statements like, can we just get to 7 and do something else for a while? Given where we used to be, that would be, and I'm talking more the industry rather than just your plan, that would be a huge advance in terms of building more conservatism into the assumptions. I kind of talked around your question. I don't know how close I got to it.
Since we are at 7, you did kind of talk around our question.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we will certainly look. Well, one thing is, I really want to know, what is the implicit price inflation component in there? I have a funny feeling, and Andy, you have to check me on this. I've not checked this. If we look at the stochastic simulation that I think was one of the data sets you looked at in choosing the 7, if the implicit inflation component in that is, like a lot of capital market assumptions, 2 or 2.25, but you're assuming 3 for wage inflation, and let's say that there's 25 points of real wage growth, so it's actually 2.75 price inflation, you have inconsistent assumptions. We'd have to look at that. And if that turns out that you're being overly conservative on the inflation component on your investment return, that would actually take the pressure off. Yeah. Then maybe you do hang at 7. See? So 7 could be a place to live.
Would that be something that would be discussed in an audit?
Right, yeah.
What we will point out in the audit is if it is there, we have to do more homework. We will point out the inconsistency if it's there. That will definitely be part of the audit. To come in and say whether you should stay at 7 or not, that not so much. So that's where, again, if we have an ongoing relationship, when you do your next review of economic assumptions, you pull us back down here and we give you whatever our review of that would be. But no, the only thing that we identified in the audit is if there is an inconsistency. And I can tell you, because it's in the public record, we did find that in some other Chiron cases.
But in the other case, we also mentioned to the other board that even if you were to stay at 7 or some other assumption, in spite of the inconsistency, it doesn't mean that it is wrong, because there's always a reasonable range for investment return assumptions.
Yeah. But the whole price. Again at another CalPERS event, we got asked the question: why is it that the investment consultants are all saying 6, 6.5, and you actuaries are all saying 7, 7.5? What's the difference? The difference is, if you want to boil down to one thing, is that the investment consultants get their inflation component from what is implied from the markets, the pricing of tips. You can do this calculation. And the market says long-term price inflation is 3%. Well, guess what? The market doesn't know what it is either. The market is guessing. But if you're an investment consultant and you're running a market-driven model and you need to plug in a number for inflation, you have to use that number. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily the right number. I wonder whether that number is artificially deflated because of the overall level of investments and inflation, et cetera. So anyway, the whole inflation component, I think, is a hot topic for that. We got to be way past our time here.
Yeah. We're coming up on an hour. So Bill,
Okay.
Can you wrap us up, Bill?
Do you work with any other closed-end funds, and what are the unique actuarial considerations for a closed-end fund?
Well, I think we have been fortunate in our California practice that I don't believe that we do. We do around the country. So that is something that we would, we know what the considerations are. The principal considerations, we mentioned them on our slides. One is eventually you're going to have to shorten your investments. And you're going to have to deal with cash flow issues. So you have to, and that is as much an investment management issue as an actuarial issue. But to the extent that you go to shorter duration and more fixed income, more predictable investments, that will lower your discount rate. That's the one. And the other is on your funding policy. If you were still amortizing as a percentage of pay for your closed plan, you'd need to change that yesterday. Well, you've already done that. So I think it's mainly in the economic assumption setting is an issue, and the other is in your funding policies.
All right. Well, the queue is finally empty. So, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And then let's take a break
All right.
for a few minutes, and then bring Chiron in, and we'll get started again at 10:35.
It starts right here. Yeah, read this first. Then come back and ask me anything you want. I was going to bring in chocolates, but then I remembered you said that you kicked it.
All right, got everybody back? All right, let's get started. Gene,
That's what I'm
15 minutes or so, and then some Q&A. How's that sound?
That'll be an hour and a half.
I don't.
Pretty much.
I don't anticipate the same amount of Q&A. We've been doing Q&A with you for years now.
We're going to cover the beginning when Kyron first came on board and how the system and Kyron has grown since that time. And we're going to talk about our commitment to SDCERS, and then the bulk of the presentation is going to be a summary of what we think stands us apart. I know I don't think any of the board members that are presently here were here when we first were interviewed back in, it was Columbus Day, October 2015. It was an off day, but it was the only day that the board could find time to meet. I didn't realize at the time that Kyron was the only firm that made a presentation or responded to the RFP. And as you know, the system was going through a lot of turmoil. You were like in a glass bowl. In my very first meeting, when I came to not a board meeting, but staff meeting, the moment I walked in the door, fiduciary counsel pulled me aside and put me into a private room and said, "You need to be a sponge today because most of the people you're seeing here today won't be here tomorrow." And so we had that one day to come up to speed and then 90 days to deliver a valuation report. And then in March of 2006, we delivered that first valuation report. And instead of the room being half empty like this, it was packed with reporters and TV cameras. And we, at the end of the presentation, were whisked away, not allowed to talk to the press. And that's how we started during your crises. What many people may not know is that Kyron had just gone through a crisis. I had been a board member of Milliman and an equity partner for over 20 years. And back in 2002, Milliman, along with other firms, decided to impose liability limits in their contracts in the event they made mistakes. I ran the Washington, D.C. office of Milliman, and our staff attempted to spin off. We refused to impose the liability limitations. And then in September 2002, I was given a choice: make a lot of money but disappear for 5 years or get fired. I actually chose to get fired and got sued, and the founders of Kyron got sued, and we spent a year in scorched earth litigation. At the end of the day, the Securities and Exchange Commission did sue the other firms for collusion, and I think we were vindicated. We never looked back from that point, and while we had a number of clients before SDCERS hired us, SDCERS really was a spark plug for Kyron's growth, and there's a large number of things that we have worked with the board on over the years to try to improve the funding of the system. And I'm not going to go through each of these items, but I know the IRS determination letter was crucial, and we met with this, I guess, Jay Goldstone, who was the CFO, and David Wesco with the IRS to get through that IRS determination letter, and that was important. We've eliminated sources of liability losses, and we think there's been a lot of things, but probably the most important thing is there are no reporters here anymore. We have lots of public sector experience, both California and outside. I personally work on plans on the East Coast, Midwest, and West Coast. I think there's about 5 or 6 firms, including Siegel and Milliman and GRS, that along with us have the majority of the public sector business. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time saying anyone has more or less. We're all very strong in this arena. I think our commitment to SDCERS is unique. Back in 2005, when we were hired and we knew the crisis you were in, I personally took it upon myself as CEO of the firm to oversee the account and give it the #1 priority in the firm. And that, even though you're out of the, what I call the goldfish bowl, we still treat it that way. And I've asked David and Alice to, just from their own words, speak about that commitment to SDCERS, and you could hear it from our staff.
So SDCERS is certainly my highest priority account. I've worked with you since 2009, been involved in nearly everything we've done. And I can speak to the level of detail and care that goes into everything we do. I think there's an extra layer, given the complexities of the plan, given the history of the plan, whether it's having our independent audit specialist review our work every year, having a separate team just to handle excess benefit calculations, given how complex they are, asking for second or third opinions, even on projects that may be considered routine. Bring in resources with California experience with the county plans, for instance, like Graham Schmidt. And you saw Bill Hallmark last month. You hadn't seen him in years, but he came in seamlessly and was very effective, I think, in communicating with the board. So what I've seen during my experience here is a commitment not to just getting the job done, but to bringing all of our resources to bear on finding the best solutions.
And to add to what David has to say, in terms of the project manager perspective, where I am on the account, our ability to perform multiple simultaneous efforts is really astounding on this case. The number of personnel within Chiron that come on board whenever we're working on projects, you see Jean and David and myself, but the staff that we have really is deep that comes in. We have the analysts, other associates, other consultants on the cases. Not only do we work on the actuarial valuation that you see us come to twice a year, we come and deliver preliminary results and results of the valuation, periodically the experience study results. We work closely with Ted on the CAFR. We work on the GASB 67, 68 reports. We work on actuarial tables. We do an annual letter to the COLA update. We have numerous requests that come from SDCERS, from the port, from the airport, and because of the depth of personnel that we have available that are knowledgeable about the SDCERS account, we can handle all of these requests simultaneously that are occurring throughout the year.
So I'm going to conclude with items that I think sets us apart. I can't overemphasize the technology aspect. We've been doing interactive modeling since the late 1980s. It wasn't until maybe 7 or 8 years ago that I noticed that our competitors were starting to introduce projections. We have a very strong track record of working on high-profile assignments. I'll go through some of those. We have a deep institutional knowledge of SDCERS. A number of us, including myself, have worked for federal agencies, so we have experience with regulators. One thing's unique about Chiron, we push our actuaries to get to the highest level of professional accreditation. That is the FSA, Fellowship Society of Actuaries. If you see a person with the initials ASA or EA or MAA, they haven't reached the highest level of professional accreditation. We ask all our people to reach that, and I know we have the highest proportion of fully credentialed actuaries in the nation. We have a number of industry thought leaders and a reputation for credibility and integrity. So I'm going to just briefly, you've seen a lot of our modeling, the projection model, negative cash flow, the stochastic modeling. We continue to try to evolve, and we're improving our stochastic modeling, and we're currently working on a risk dashboard model, which you hope to demonstrate in September. But let me, one of the things I'm most proud about is that when the going gets tough somewhere, it seems like inevitably we get called on. We've been pulled into CalSTRS and CalPERS. Back in 8, 9 years ago, the Milwaukee County Employees Retirement System was in a massive lawsuit over a drop program. The executive director of the county happened to be Scott Walker at the time, who ran for president, not for president, but ran to be nominated. Illinois hired Chiron to be the state actuary, and we oversee the 5 systems. We don't do the actuarial work, but we critique what the other actuaries do in their systems, and over the past 5 years, we pulled up the level of financial security in those systems. There was a major Oregon PERS lawsuit we got brought in. This past year, while it's not public, many of you may have known, as you mentioned, Taft-Hartley, the Central State Teamsters Pension Fund applied for suspending or cutting benefits for 20 or 30,000 pensioners, 40 to 60%. There's a new law that was passed that union plans can cut benefits now to survive, to avoid insolvency. And The projections that were done, we knew were flawed, and we were brought in to Ken Feinberg, a special appointee of Congress, to oversee the application, and we worked with the international unions to critique the application. The application was rejected. I mentioned earlier today the city of Detroit called upon us to try to help them out of their woes. Just last month, Dallas and police and fire have hired us to do a forensic audit of their system. Bill Hallmark is heading that. The Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation is in a crisis mode, and that's my former place of employment. I still know people there that bring us in to do some modeling. Recently, we've been appearing before the Senate Finance Committee on pension plan reform for union plans. And just a few weeks ago, we were asked to provide a bid on Puerto Rico, which is another case. So it seems like if there's ever a major problem, inevitably we get brought into it. And I think we're proud of that fact. As far as industry thought leaders, you've met Bill. His position as the American Academy of Actuaries Vice President on Pensions is probably the highest level of authority in the actuarial community as far as governs pensions. Fiona Liston, who has worked on this account in the peer review capacity, is a member of the Actuarial Standards Board. It's not limited to these folks. We have James Holland, who's the former chief actuary at the IRS, who helps in our 415 issues. So, am I still under the 15 minutes?
Got a couple more.
I only have one more slide. I think most firms are equally capable of performing the routine assignments. What makes us stand apart, I think, is our proven track record in these complex situations. And I'm proud of our reputation for objectivity and credibility. We tend to piss off both sides, management and labor. And so my last slide is from a management and labor guy that talks about what they feel about us. At this point, I'm willing to answer any questions and refute anything Paul said about me.
Okay. Ed.
Gene, two questions. One, in the past 5 years, has Chiron been the subject of any litigation? And if so, what's the outcome?
No.
Okay. And secondly, and this is a question for you, certainly not for David and Alice, but do you have retirement plans in your future? Will you be here over the course of the 5-year contract?
Well, I am 5 or 6 years younger than the person that has just started his presidency of the United States. So I enjoy working, and I don't have any imminent plans.
Thank you.
Mark?
2 questions. The first is just, could you talk a little bit about the number of accounts that each of you work on? I know you've got the bandwidth to support us because you're on the phone with us all the time, but how many clients do you directly work on?
If there's a problem with other accounts, I may be called onto all of them for an issue, but how many accounts do I come to board meetings and present valuations and the like? I probably can count them on my hand. State of Maine, San Diego, a couple of Taft-Hartley, and then I do a lot of work where some of the international union presidents call me in for special projects like the one I just mentioned, coming up with pension plan reform proposals for Congress. So San Diego certainly, out of all those, San Diego and Maine are the ones I spend the most time on. And I've been actuary to Maine and lived through an entire 30-year amortization period. Not lived through, I mean, worked through. So I was an actuary there since 1986. But basically about 5.
And then David, how many clients are you on, and Alice?
I work on, I would say, 4 or 5 of significance, and then there are a number of smaller accounts. And San Diego is by far the largest, most significant account that I'm involved with.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm on 7 or 8 accounts, and San Diego takes about 60 to 80% of my work hours every year, depending on what we have going on.
Okay. And one other question I wanted to add, different one, the modeling that you've talked about, the stochastic modeling and the R-squared and all this kind of stuff. So explain to the board a little bit about the industry's direction on where that risk modeling needs to take place and why you're spending time doing that. We
Well-
get a lot of that, but why is that?
If you, back in the 1980s, early 80s, there was an insurance company that back then was called the Equitable. And insurance industries back then only had to do best estimate valuations. The Equitable nearly toppled and went bankrupt. After that happened, the regulators and the actuarial profession decided we need to do something better. And what came out of that is a requirement for insurance companies to do dynamic financial analysis, which is exactly what these models are. Then the banking crisis, what do you hear the banks have to do now to demonstrate stress testing? Well, pension funds are no different than banks or insurance companies. You've got money going in, money going out, and assets invested. And I think stress testing and projections are critical. It was last summer, the Actuarial Standards Board, based on the Blue Ribbon Panel, which you've heard about, decided that it's not necessary, we're not going to require actuaries to do projections, even if you suspect your plan is going insolvent. And I was dumbfounded and embarrassed, and I stood up there and criticized the commission. Why aren't we doing these? We need to require this. And what I've learned is that for the mammoth firms, there's 3 firms that are huge that are tied to brokers in our industry: Mercer, and Hewitt, and Towers Willis. And for them to do the projections, it would cost a ton because they have to build their internal systems. It doesn't cost that much for firms like ours and others because we work with the PCs. And for that reason, the ASB is not requiring us to do projections, and I couldn't be more critical of that. And I don't think the projections we're doing is telling you what we think the future is going to be, because if we could do that, I wouldn't be in this job. But I want you to see what could happen and get a sense of the stress testing. I'm kind of passionate about this topic, so.
Thank you. Bill?
I'd like to follow on the modeling question and then a closed-end question. So.
And here, closed?
Closed-end fund.
Okay.
Question. So on the modeling, I had experience with Bank of America in developing modeling for them back in the 80s. And what I have found with modeling is it changes over the years. And my question is, you're known for your modeling. What has changed over the years? How have you had to adjust your modeling for different practices going on in the more recent years?
What's changed from the initial modeling? Back then, you would have a fixed set of variables you could input, and you're limited to what your output is. Now, with the power of advancing technology and PCs, the models have just become that much more robust. And for example, the modeling that we showed here today, we're offering it now to clients online. They don't have to have us here at the meeting. They can punch the numbers in themselves. So they're just becoming more robust and more communicative. You know, if you go back to the 80s and some of the models, I'm guessing some of your models from banks and even actuarial firms would spit out a lot of numbers. There wouldn't be as much graphics. Or I don't know, maybe you folks did have that, but that's changed.
Yeah, and thank you. And the question on closed-end funds, you have a lot of funds you work with around the United States. Do you work with other closed-end funds? And I know you know us well. What do you feel really are the unique aspects of this closed-end fund that we've got? You know, when do we really have to maybe start making changes? How do we know when?
What some people talk about is a glide path. So project yourself out 30 years when we provide you the thing you requested earlier today, the drop and count. Project where you're going to be, say, 30 years from now. What kind of glide? Because you know at that end, when you have no more actives and the money just going out the door, it's going to be difficult to invest like you currently are. One approach is to set an asset allocation if you were there today, and then determine a glide path to get there. But one of the challenges is if you do that, we're still living in a low interest rate environment. And a low interest rate environment makes it very difficult to achieve the discount rates, hence the at 6.5% return suggestion. But You also have a portion of your plan that is open, which is the police plan. And so taking that aside, it's, the investing has got to get more conservative. And you say, when does that happen? It'll happen when the price tag to do so is not going to break the plan sponsor's back. And unfortunately, that sometimes is too late. And that's what's happened with some of these Teamster funds that are going bankrupt.
I think the question I asked this morning about the number of active employees, that to me interests me because at some point that number is going to start going down and the retiree portion is going to be much higher. There's a shift there. I'm wondering when that's going to happen and if that inflection point means we have to start really when we have to start looking at our investments in a different way from an investment point of view.
So you were at a bank in the 80s. You remember the interest rates back then?
Oh, yeah.
So let's suppose we ever revisit that era. If you could get fixed annuities or something at rates above 7% or 8%, you can be sure that we would be, or whoever's, I don't think I'll be here in 30 years, not that long, but would be recommending your closed plan. If you can lock it up with no risk, go ahead and do it, and don't gamble. So some are saying that sooner or later the interest rates are going to rise, but then that brings along all other kind of problems along with it. But it sure was different back then, worrying about inflation, and today we're worrying about gas prices getting too low.
Okay. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Bill. Jeff?
So in your presentation, you went into where the plan used to be, cameras and reporters, and oftentimes you go back into periods of time, recession or war, what have you. With that background, and there's like a thought I have in my head, and I would like you to respond to, perhaps that fresh eyes on our plan might benefit us because they didn't go through the history that you went to, and then sort of start fresh at where we're at today, and the benefits that would come from that. So,
well, you can get a fresh review and fresh eyes anytime you want by simply including in your actual audit, give us an assessment of the assumptions, the approaches, and methods used, and how would you do them differently. And that's done by other funds. So you don't have to put someone in the driver's seat, but you can get a second opinion. And that's the best answer I have for that.
You know the Siegel firm and Mr. Angelo pretty well, I assume. What would you be able to identify what you would perceive to be the significant or material differences between the two in terms of approach, in terms of staffing, that might be beneficial to us to try and evaluate, since we know Chiron and we're very happy with Chiron, but we don't have experience with anyone else?
Okay. I'll just base it on my understanding. I think Paul's a very good actuary. Paul oversees lots of funds, and I view them more as he's at the top of the mountain with lots of people below him working on multiple plans. We have a more horizontal approach where I pick a handful of plans that I really dive into, but I've got Bill Hallmark working on several, Graham Schmidt working on several. So we're more horizontal than that direction. And I think that should be a safer approach for you. That one of the things, being CEO, I worry about what happens if someone leaves. So I make sure that all our accounts not only have a lead person, but a strong backup person. And that's a different approach. But probably, I think the biggest difference, if you were to go back to an enrolled actuary presentation, Paul and I jointly gave the general session presentation. It was a debate. And my side of the presentation was the importance of projections and stochastic analysis, and his part of the debate was why you don't have to do that. That's publicly available.
That actually reads leads right into my second question, which is, what's your view on the notion that maybe stochastic modeling can be overemphasized and can lead to whatever result the inputs desire, if you will?
It could be, but if you notice, we don't overemphasize it here. We do it, we show you a little bit of it, but we're more comfortable doing the multiple deterministic stress testing that you saw today when we went through history, just to give you a feel. But when we showed that fan chart and the 50% and the 100%, it doesn't really tell you anything because the results could be anywhere. So we don't emphasize stochastic, but we think it's useful when you're comparing, let's say, one portfolio asset allocation to another, or comparing one amortization or funding policy to another, and you can see them side by side, then it's sort of useful. But as far as a predictor and all that, it's not all that useful.
Thank you.
Well, there's nobody else in the queue.
Should I be disappointed? No.
No. Like we thought. We're very comfortable, and we know you, Gene. We've been putting you through Q&A for almost 12 years now. So with that, our next step will be to, you guys will exit, we'll discuss, and we'll move on with the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to mention that we're going to go out of order after this?
So after this item is heard, we are going to actually jump to B and G because we have a couple of appeals we want to get heard. So I appreciate you guys' patience with us as we move through this, but we should be to B and G in a few minutes here. Marcel?
Hello. So I wanted to make a couple comments before you all start your deliberations. So the RFPs were reviewed by Lee, Mark, Johnny, and myself, and we did do a scoring sheet on them. They were pretty much dead heat, as how we scored them. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the pricing, because that is one of the things that appears to be fairly different between the two. Chiron's pricing for the retainer work has actually come down. It is, the bottom line retainer number is the same as what it was the previous year. However, the GASB 6768 reports are included in it now. In the past, that had been separate retainer, non-retainer work that we were doing. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was there was a lot of conversation about the non-retainer work that gets done. We did, from January through December of 16, there was about 260 hours of non-retainer work. That does not include the GASB 6768, which was non-retainer at that time. It also doesn't include the requests we get from the city to look at changes that they're proposing. That's a significant piece of work that Chiron has done for us, but those costs are passed directly on to the city, and we don't actually pay for those out of the system. So in that 260 hours worth of work was about $75,000. The rates for Chiron staff are less expensive than the rates for Siegel staff, and that would probably have been closer to $125,000 of work under Siegel's costing. So I don't know if you had any other questions.
And what are the numbers for the recurring work, the retainer work for the two firms?
It's difficult to do a side-by-side comparison because some of the things were quoted as time and materials and some were quoted as a fixed rate. For the pieces that were a fixed rate, which was the valuation, the two board meetings, the GASB 6768, Siegel next year was quoting 120 and Chiron about 164. But that doesn't include the POB 415 testing. That's the testing that we do to determine whether a person's benefit exceeds the IRS limits, and then it goes over to the Preservation of Benefit Fund to pay for it. Chiron proposed $34,000 as a fixed fee for that, and Siegel is doing that as time and material, so I don't have a way to value what that would be.
I know typically when you change professional firms, there's a learning curve.
Correct.
And has Siegel agreed to absorb that learning curve, or do you think we'll be paying for them getting up to snuff on learning our system?
Well, their proposal for just the valuation is the $120,000. So I don't know how they would be able to include additional learning curve on that. I think where you're going to see that is in the 415 testing, in the recalculation of our PSC calculator, our purchase of service contract calculator. That is a separate calculator that Chiron creates for us. Both firms are calling that time and materials. that ranges around the $30,000 to $40,000 every time we have to redo that. And we have to redo that calculator every time there's a change in assumptions, whether it's economic assumptions or demographic assumptions. So I think that that's where you're going to see more of the learning curve, and that's where you're looking at, if you look at the average staff charges, just a straight average, Chiron's about $350 an hour, and Siegel is closer to $480 an hour. If you take out Paul and Jean, then that drops Chiron significantly, and it doesn't make a huge difference on Siegel.
So having those rates are fairly substantial difference.
Correct.
Siegel being higher, Chiron being lower, yet Siegel's bid for the recurring work is lower than Chiron, which seems to me to indicate they anticipate spending a lot less hours than Chiron does. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't, that I can't answer. I'm not sure how they came up with their numbers.
They don't really show us the hour budgets that go into that.
But math would indicate they would not spend as much time as Chiron does.
Well, the problem becomes they may not know, because they don't know and haven't worked in the system, it may just be a shot in the dark, or alternatively, more likely, seeing as they haven't had any new business on board in the last couple of years, it's probably a lower price to gain entry into the system, and they're willing to eat a little. Because on the time and material, they're going to make it up just fine when you look at the difference in rates. These things are huge. Plus, their firm is a lot larger, and the larger firms, I think we all know that in the professional arena, the very large firms tend to have a lot more overhead and a lot more profit splitting, and they need to generate a lot more dollars.
It would be a concern that this non-retainer work and the day-to-day stuff that we'd be asking Andy Young, he's got many, many more clients than does David Holland, and David Holland is the guy that we go to on many items, not just Gene, even though I talk with Gene all the time as well. So with Andy, is he going to have the time to work on issues as quickly as someone like David Holland would be? Gene's only got 4 or 5 clients. Paul's so busy, he really doesn't work with clients. And then if Andy does get involved, his billing rate's twice that of David Holland. So they clearly do want the business, but I'd question whether they would be able to be as responsive as Chiron is and as cost-effective as Chiron would be for a lot of the ad hoc one-off work we'd ask them.
I also am concerned of the attention that we'll get. One of the things that I tell my clients when looking for lawyers is you got to find the right fit. If you're too small or too big for that law firm, you're not in their sweet spot. You're going to pay too much or not get the attention that you need. And when you look at the workload that Chiron has and where we fit into that versus what I'm hearing from Angelo and what they're and the number of plans they're doing. I mean, he's talking about, picking up LA and then adding entry level people, and they're gonna expand and deal with. I'm thinking, I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm saying, holy cow, they're a machine. I don't think we're gonna get any personal service where Gene, at least I get the attention. I feel like we're his only client when we interact with him. I feel like he knows everything that we have. I feel he's extremely, all of his staff, not just Gene, that we are a perfect fit for his size firm. Not saying that the other firm couldn't do a good job. That's not what I'm saying, but that's my thought on that.
And I think Alan could back up what I'm going to say. We've both been on the board 8 years. When David came, we've seen David grow tremendously. And I think, David is probably, if something were to happen to Gene tomorrow,
he's fine.
I think we'd be fine.
Yeah,
No, I agree, Ed. I mean, going through the war, I guess, if you want to call it. I mean, Gene, as much as I have disagreed with him on a lot of things, and we've gone back and forth, I can always count on to give him what he really thinks is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And so I'd be hard pressed to move away from Chiron at this point, to be honest. I think it's important that we do these RFPs, and it's good to get the perspective, because I think I have more questions for Gene if we do retain him in the future regarding a couple issues, and I think he would handle those things quite well. So it's good that we go through this process and we see what's out there. So, but that I'll go to Johnny. You're in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment about any agreement to limit the actuary's liabilities. So, the concept is that an actuary may want to limit their liability for what they've done, either a dollar amount or some level of culpability. There's issues with that, obviously, as fiduciaries of the system. What the actuary does is significant work for that, and so to the extent the board can avoid any limitation of liability, that would be my recommendation. Chiron has not requested any limitation of liability. I like that. Siegel has entertained the idea of doing it, and subject to Mr. Siegel's comments of convincing his firm otherwise, maybe that's not a problem. But to the extent that the board is interested in Siegel being their primary actuary, I would ask for guidance from this board on what you want staff to do with negotiations for any limitation of liability, either accepting none or possibly creating a subcommittee of the trustees to give staff guidance on what the board will tolerate there.
Johnny? Bill?
I'm in favor of keeping Chiron. I don't see, if there's not a reason to change, I don't see making a change, and I don't really see a reason to change. I think that their modeling expertise was acknowledged by Paul, and I think that they really are good at that, and we've had the advantage of being able to use that in our meetings. I think that their years of experience with us is something you can't buy. They know us, and Gene really, you know, he comes to the meetings and makes presentations, and he's a key component, which is great. But he does have Dave, and that's really helped as well. And I think the depth of their firm is a valuable experience pool that can be brought to our situation if needed. So they just do a lot of work around the country. So I'm in favor of keeping them.
Al?
I think the actuarial service that we get is at the level of what I would call bet the company litigation. And when you have the kind of important decisions being made based on that actuary consultant's advice, I don't think you can get too hung up on hourly rates. I'm not saying that demand is inelastic and we shouldn't go back and negotiate hard to get things to where they ought to be. If we perceive it's too high, I think we absolutely need to do that. But I wouldn't necessarily choose my actuary based on whether there's a differential of $100,000 or $50,000 in what I perceive to be the overall cost. I just wouldn't do that. So I want to move that off the table. Glad we had the discussion. We need to negotiate a market rate deal, but that's not a factor in my mind. I think we're all really happy with the service that Chiron provides and with the staffing. And I think I heard consistency between the two presenters as to the pyramid model versus the flat model. I think I prefer the flat model as a buyer of services. And so I am also inclined, for all those reasons, to favor staying with Chiron. The only reason that I hesitate at all is that there's a certain amount of ossification that develops over time. And you lose some of the critical analysis, critical thinking, let's go back to basics and start over and evaluate every single assumption. I think we still probably get that from Chiron, so I'm not worried that we're losing our edge with them or they're losing their edge with us. But still, that's the risk, and so I would like to take Gene up on his suggestion that we have Paul Angelo's group do something more than just check the math when they review it. And maybe you don't do that every year, but I think this would be a fine time to engage someone to do that. And I wouldn't mind spending the money to do that because of the significance of the actuarial assumptions and advice that we get. And so those are my comments.
Thanks, Bill. Tanasi?
I just want to say I agree that having another group come in and question some of these assumptions and talk about some of the policy issues, I have no problem with that. If we haven't done it in the last 12 years, you absolutely can't go wrong spending some money doing that, and I have no issue with that. I will say, though, that I think that we run a lot less of a risk on this board with having some of the problems with complacency, because this group does a pretty good job of really drilling through these issues. Some of it's because the way our system is set up, we all we all come from different places, and we're kind of forced to really scrutinize these issues. But I haven't sat in any of these discussions where I thought, geez, something really wasn't addressed or we didn't really explore it. And I think part of it is that it's not only just who you hire, but it's how you handle the people that you hire, and I think as a general rule, we do a pretty good job of that. Johnny, the one thing I will say as to the waiver of liability, and I understand why they may ask for that, but I would say that that's a non-starter for me, and I would say that the reason for that is it's strictly a factor of insurance and cost. Okay, all it would do at the end of the day, if they chose not, if we asked them to waive it, is they're going to go back to their carriers and underwriters, and the underwriters are going to say, great, here's the additional premium which can get passed through to us. Okay, as fiduciaries, our job is to make sure that the plan is handled properly, that we get the right numbers, and I think part of it is also if they screw up, if our professional screws up, we got to make sure that there is some redress for the system and the retirees. And if that means that we've got to pay a little bit more in premium, or in Chiron's case, we get it and we don't have to pay more in premium, the point is we need to cover that for the retirees and for the system.
Sanasi. Jeff?
I don't think we have any stronger or longer or contentious discussions than when Gene comes in here. And maybe, like you said, Tanasi, the makeup of the board, or if we're not convinced of whatever Gene is trying to convey to us or what he thinks we should do. And we sometimes just ignore what his advice is, and the vote is split. So I guess in my head is, I know you had your scorecard, are they good or are they great? Because we have a lot of consultants. We just listen to them. They're very convincing. We accept what they want to do. We approve it. We go straight through. And Chiron, there's a lot of discussions, a lot of disagreement, and maybe it's just what we're discussing. But and I only know what Chiron has provided this board. I don't know what another company would do for us, and I want to know that. I want to see what there's another angle to our actuary services. And with everything said, I kind of want to see what Siegel does, and for no more than just to experience something else, and fresh eyes, another angle, a different approach.
Thanks, Jeff. Seeing nobody else in the queue, with that, I'll entertain a motion at this point in time to approve the selection of an actuarial services contract for either firm. Anybody?
I'll move to approve Chiron.
All right, so I have a mover of Tanasi.
We need to modify the motion.
We need to modify, yeah, I see Cynthia over there typing away. So you waving your hand for a second there, Bill? Sure. Okay.
It's the second one.
So it'll be a motion to approve Chiron's for the 5-year actuarial service contract. Is that correct? You got that right, Marcel?
Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear,
Can we ask them to take a 3% cut on their fee? 3.5% rather?
they do give us volume discounts. The more work we do, they give us percentages off.
Oh.
There's a second action item following this one, correct? If you do, right, okay.
Yes. Yes, there is.
So whoever made the motion, there we go.
There, a motion of Tanasi, Bill? There we go. Second? Okay.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And that motion passed 11-1. Okay, so as a second item, actuarial audit services. So we can either move on right now, or because this was the RFP as well.
Correct.
And Siegel would effectively be the only.
Right. So this would be a motion to approve Siegel to do the actuarial audit.
Right.
So I'd like to make the motion, but I want to make sure that the scope of the audit includes, as Gene mentioned, a review of the assumptions and recommendations, as well as just an audit. So how?
Yeah, no, that's fair. Maybe the assumptions isn't so much the idea as the actual funding policy?
Is that right?
That really I believe that would be more in line with what you're looking for.
Right.
You know,
And I
how long
agree
do you
because-
amortize? How do you do asset smoothing?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the discount rate. I mean, there's Gene takes a position on the discount rate with us.
Right. So we can add a as amended here with the understanding that we will go back and ask Siegel to provide additional commentary on our actual assumptions and our actual funding methodology.
But we don't need to be bound by the words of this motion in terms of how that contract's negotiated. I think, though, that it needs to be discussed and then maybe brought back for a final, maybe it doesn't need to be brought back.
The Siegel's proposal was for $80,000 to do the audit.
$80,000 to do the audit.
So
Correct.
there's a mismatch between
So-
what we're talking about and that.
Right.
They do, in their audit, they touch on some of that. They gave a sample in their proposal that had an audit that they'd done of San Jose, which is a Chiron client, and they did the audit. So they do some of it. I don't think they do it to the extent that you're looking for.
So maybe what we ought to do is move approval of the audit contract, but then leave it open for some further discussion with them about an enhancement to that contract with some broader scope. I just don't know how to do that without having it come back.
It seems to me the best thing to do is to approve it subject to staff developing a scope of work for that audit. Because I don't know that I want to approve just the audit straight up or the $80,000. I think what I want to do is I want to approve the concept that we're going to have an audit, that Siegel's going to do it, and that staff is going to go back and develop an appropriate scope of work that takes into account what Val's concerned about, what I'm concerned about, I think what most of the board members are concerned about.
Right. Or if you want, I'll just bring it back. I'll continue this and bring it back next time with another version of their proposal with fees associated for the incremental work, and then you could approve it then.
I don't have a problem approving it now, subject to a scope of work that you guys come up with and that we can approve later. So I think all I really want to see back next time is the scope of work. That's really all I want to see.
Okay. Do you have a concern about the amount of money involved with that contract? Sorry.
I might, depending on what our scope of work's going to be.
Right.
That's why I don't want to approve I mean, it's like, hey, I have no problem with Siegel and I have no problem with the audit. Just what's the scope of work, and what's that scope of work going to cost us?
Right.
Maybe
So
Ed, who's a professional auditor, wants to talk.
Well, I think, the audit is very clear-cut. Is Chiron following professional standards? And are they applying those standards appropriately? I'm not sure you want to get into the situation of having Siegel says, well, the discount rate I think should be 7. Chiron says I think it should be 6.5. And having that debate, which we already have anyhow, you can have small differences of opinion on rates to use and assumptions, and how much of a discussion does this board want to get on in the future to nitpick about certain things like that, and I could see that happening.
Well, but I also heard Gene even say during his presentation, well, if you want to get the full benefit of a second opinion or a peer review on things other than just a strict audit, ask them. And Mr. Angelo said, I've done that. So that's, I don't know exactly how to define it, but I'd like to at least inquire as to what that would cost and make a decision on it.
And I think that's why we're talking about scope of work, because I think some of the stuff that at least Val's talking about really is sort of outside the scope of a traditional audit. And that's why I'm saying maybe we don't even need a traditional audit of the actuary. Maybe what we just need is some questions about the funding policy, how we approach some of these issues, how Chiron approaches it, how they model it, some thoughts and opinions on it. I don't know. Maybe we do need the audit, but I think that's where staff needs to spend some time and think about it. By the way, as a point of clarification, Gene actually does not render an opinion on the discount rate. And the reason I know that is because I try to pin him down every single time. And what he will do is he'll tell us where we fit in terms of other plans and what happens. But the reality is and he's gotten pretty good at it. He dodges me pretty well. I mean, better than most girls in high school and college when I asked him out on dates. I got to be honest with you. So
I think he's much clearer than they were.
Probably he is actually. But, so exactly. So, but in any event, I don't know that he does that. And quite frankly, the discount rate, it's really more a factor of what do we really think is going to be going on in this plan in terms of earnings and whatnot. So I have no problem hearing people's opinions. That's all great. That's fine. I have no issue doing it. And since we haven't done this in ever or in years, I'm all for it. But I really want the scope of work to include what Val's talking about. And I have no problem going back to Angela saying, hey, you've heard our questions. You heard what's out there. You tell us what you can actually do in terms of opinions and have that discussion and dialogue.
And I'm sure he's watching. He'll watch this.
Probably is, and I'm probably going to get death threats at home for not having voted for him. It's okay.
With that said, I mean, I'd like the idea of what Mark said about let's table this, redefine the scope of work, and then bring it back. And so we can review the scope of work, because I know we all have concerns, we all have things we want. Jeff mentioned a couple things, and you know, I have questions about the inflation inconsistency. So let's get that scope of work figured out and bring it back. How does that, does everybody agree with that? Okay.
But are you going to also table the audit itself?
I think we should.
I would recommend we go ahead with the audit.
Okay, so
Is there any reason why we would want to do that now versus in a month?
You know, I guess that there's no reason other than the fact I think it's something that I feel very strongly should be done. We're retaining the same firm. It's just like having a peer review, which happens in the accounting profession all the time. And I think it's just a good practice.
Siegel may have a window of time right now to be working on audit work.
Okay.
It could
So
be
that's-
useful, because this would be a 2-month delay before they would be awarded the contract, and they need to schedule it, and then you get into the actuarial season. So there could be advantages to them starting to work on the audit right away.
So we should go ahead and make the motion to approve the audit.
As bid.
As bid, and then to direct staff to go back out and meet with them about doing some further peer review type work under a separate or amended contract.
Can you shorten that motion?
that works.
Sure.
How about we just approve the audit?
I'm going to move to approve the Siegel audit proposal and engage Siegel as auditor under that proposal. And that's all the motion really needs to be, I think.
And I would second that.
Okay.
We're just getting started.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the Siegel audit proposal. So we need some buttons. I have a mover of Val and a second by Ed Katroser.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And that passed 12-0. And so, Mark, you have sufficient information to
I do.
engage with
Thank
Siegel?
you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to skip Disability Committee and move on to Business and Governance Committee.
Thank you, Alan. We have a couple of speakers on a couple of member appeals, and so I'm going to skip over action items and new business and go directly to old business. The first item under old business is staff's recommendation to deny the appeal of Robert Mulcahy. So Susan Youngflesh is at the podium. Mr. Mulcahy has submitted a speaker slip and will be allowed to speak. So let's start with Ms. Youngflesh, if you would discuss the recommendation.
Thank you, and good morning. Staff recommends that the board deny Mr. Mulcahy's appeal to waive interest. In 2003, Mr. Mulcahy drop retired. At the time he retired, he entered mid-pay period, and this led to the error in his final average salary was miscalculated by about $150. This error was found out in 2016. Mr. Mulcahy has paid the principal, but he appeals the interest portion. At our last board meeting, you've directed staff to go and seek the interest from the city. We did so, and the city has declined paying for that. Under the IRS guidelines, we're required to keep the system whole, and thus the only person we can recoup that from at this point is Mr. Mulcahy. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Youngflesh. Mr. Mulcahy, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Youngflesh is correct. There was an overpayment. I was not aware of the overpayment. As soon as I was told of the overpayment, I repaid it in principle. The interest issue is due to someone's negligence. Can we transfer negligence to an innocent third party, or does the negligence just stay with the party that caused it? It's simple tort law. I didn't cause the problem. I didn't correct the problem. I corrected what I could. I didn't create the interest issue, so I don't think I'm responsible for somebody else's mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Do you have any response, or?
Our response would be that we are sympathetic to Mr. Mulcahy's position. However, we don't have, we must keep the system whole for all the members, and that would include the recoupment of the interest.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mulcahy, if you want a final word, you can have it, but I think you've stated your position quite clearly.
I think, does this exhaust all my administrative remedies is the question.
I think this is the end of the administrative road.
Thank you.
Anybody in the queue? I see no one in the queue. I'll say the same thing that I said yesterday, Mr. Mulcahy, which is, I'm sorry. This is not your fault. But I think the board is constrained by IRS rules to do what we're doing here today, and I think it's very painful for the board to do this, and we spend a lot of time wringing our hands over it, and all we can say is, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, we have a recommendation, so if the button comes up, I'll move the, I'm moving approval of staff's recommendation. There's no second required.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
All right, it is a 12-0 vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Mulcahy. All right, the next item on the old business agenda is staff's recommendation to grant the appeal of Mary Ann Toomey. Again, Ms. Youngflish, and there have been developments. There was a new development in this matter yesterday. The board was informed of it before the vote, and it was considered. But I think it's important to bring it out for, or rather the B&G committee was informed. It's important to bring it out for the whole board. So Ms. Youngflish, if you would please explain the case and also the new information.
Thank you. So staff recommends that the board grant the appeal of Ms. Toomey and waive her interest, but still require the payment of principal. I would note that the new development that Val spoke of was this week Ms. Toomey rescinded her offer to pay the principal, but I will address that later on. I'd like to walk you through a timeline of the events of which occurred. In 1993, Mr. Toomey, the member, retired. At the time he retired, he was divorced. His divorce judgment required him to pay 8% of his pension benefit to Ms. Toomey. Also at the time he retired, he chose the Social Security integration option. This option allows for a higher benefit to be paid to the member until he turns 65, and then it'll be lowered under the presumption that Social Security will kick in. When he turned 65 in 1998, his benefit was lowered, but Ms. Toomey's was not when it should have been shared. In an internal audit in 2016, this error was found. Staff immediately reduced Ms. Toomey's benefit by $100, correcting it, and asked Ms. Toomey to pay the principal and the interest. Ms. Toomey then agreed to pay the principal, but appeals the waiver of the interest. At the last board meeting, we discussed this, and you asked that staff go to the city and ask for repayment of interest. We did so. The city has since declined. In re-reviewing the hard copy of Mr. Toomey's file, buried within it, we found a sticky note that was handwritten from 2002, which showed that staff knew of this error in 2002. So we no longer feel we have a viable claim to collect interest from Ms. Toomey. In addition to that, the system will remain whole as we're not, even though we're not, if we waive the interest from Ms. Toomey, we're also not paying interest to Mr. Toomey. And we can do that in that we don't have a requirement that we have to pay Mr. Toomey for the underpaid benefits. This week, when Ms. Toomey rescinded her offer, This week, Ms. Toomey rescinded her offer, but our appeal policy does not have an option for her to change her appeal at this point. If she disagrees with the board's recommendation, the proper thing for her to do would to go seek a writ of mandate through the Superior Court. If the board grants her appeal to waive the interest, she can either pay the lump sum or she'll be assigned to a payment plan which reduces her benefit by $200 for a period for her life expectancy. This will still keep the system whole, as although the interest will be waived up until this point, interest will accrue if she's on the payment plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just had a question. How could we have missed the sticky note? It was a long time ago, right?
Well, I think I can address that. In 2004, we went to an automated system where all member files were scanned in. My understanding, there was about 10,000 member files that were scanned in. It was outsourced to a company, and there you were given like a list of things to look for and scan, such as retirement applications and standard forms. and then the remainder portion of those files were not scanned in. So when we reviewed the initial file, we reviewed the electronic file, and we had to pull the hard copy from storage. And so it was just inadvertently missed. And when we're reviewing for this hearing, it's a small sticky note, it was in the file, and it was buried in there. So that would...
We had extraordinary turnover in the early 2000s here. And I think Gene mentioned a little bit of that in his presentation. So I could see how that could happen.
Before we have any more discussion on the board, David Toomey's, Mrs. Toomey's son is going to speak. He submitted a speaker slip. He spoke yesterday, and I'd invite him to come up to the front chair and have his say before we continue the discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, I'm not going to yell at you people today. I'm just going to describe how I'm going to get the writ of mandate. You go to the law library website, you download pleading paper, you fill it out for yourself because they don't have the forms for writ of mandate at the Superior Court. And then I get the FW001 fee waiver, so I get to do all this in court for free. And my mother will represent herself, but since she's elderly, I'll be assisting her. I'll be right next to her. And so essentially, in court, you'll be taking on me. And I will flatten you people. I told you that yesterday. I will flatten you in court. And I want to go to court. We'll do this for free, and I'll get damages out of this. So I'll not only win the case, I've already proven the IRS is on my side. I've easily won this. I will get damages, big damages from you guys. And so I want it to go to court. You guys are clowns. This is a kangaroo court. I'm used to a real court with a real judge. You guys have no legitimacy in my view. And that's all I have to say to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Toomey. At this point, Tanasi Priovalos is in the queue.
Just a quick question. Explain to me really quick how Mr. Toomey is paying the interest. I wanted to understand that.
How
is the system
Toomey?
being made
How's
whole?
the system being made whole with the participant paying the interest? I'm not quite sure I understood how he's paying it.
Well, if the board was to grant the appeal, Ms. Toomey could either pay by lump sum, or she would be assigned to a payment plan.
No.
I'm sorry.
You said the system is being made whole.
Correct.
On the interest.
Correct.
How's the interest being paid? Not the principal.
Well, so while we overpaid Ms. Toomey, we underpaid Mr. Toomey. So if we waive the interest,
How did we underpay him? I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
so the Social Security integration option that I went over when Mr. Toomey selected that upon retirement. And that means that his benefit is higher until he turns 65, at which point it reduces.
Okay.
When it reduced, that 8%, because he was to pay 8% pursuant to the divorce judgment to Ms. Toomey, the reduction should have been shared by both parties, and it wasn't. So it was only reduced onto Mr. Toomey's benefit and not Ms. Toomey. So we underpaid him that portion.
The entire reduction
Right.
was assigned to him when he should only have gotten half, or he should only have gotten 80% or 92%, and she should have gotten 8%. He got 100%. So in essence, the system didn't lose the interest.
Correct. Well, didn't lose the principal or the interest because of how it balanced. It's balanced out if we waive Ms. Toomey's interest and we do not pay Mr. Toomey.
Let me ask us an easier question, because I hate it when lawyers struggle over accounting issues. Has an auditor, our internal auditor, or somebody in accounting actually crunched the numbers to see that the system has actually, it has all the dollars it should have had it calculated it correctly based on that balance? Has that calculation been done by somebody?
I would defer to Marcel because she has worked closely on this. Okay.
Is this one working? Yes. Okay, good. Sorry, wasn't yesterday. So yes, we have had several people, including our internal auditor, Lee Paravano, has looked at this as well, but we have had several people look at this. Because we underpaid Mr. Toomey and overpaid Mrs. Toomey, right now, without doing anything, the system is whole. However, we still need to pay Mr. Toomey his underpayment, and we need to recoup Mrs. Toomey's overpayment. If we do that and we don't charge interest and we don't pay interest, we still are whole.
So everything, okay, now that's really the big issue. I just want to make sure that we're all, because the prior case on Macaulay, I mean, I hate that. It burns me to no end. And so if we're going to hold him to that standard, then I want to make sure that we are consistent with the execution of a policy that I don't like. I mean, at least I can sleep well at night that I was consistent. Okay, so that part I'm okay with. And if that's the case, if in fact we've calculated that out, then I think there's no reason not to give Mr. Toomey what he's asked for, which is his day in court, and I think fantastic. So Chief Clown moves to go ahead and no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead and do that.
Well, when you're dressed like that, you invite the comment.
I understand.
All right. Ed?
You mentioned that this would be affected by Ms. Toomey getting a reduction of $200 in her checks, and that's how we're going to recoup it. What happens if Ms. Toomey passes before the entire amount's been repaid?
I would again ask Marcelle. She's the numbers person.
So that is a risk that is always there, is that whenever we put a member on a payment plan, there is the potential that it will not be completely paid. And I will answer, and I'm sure Johnny will correct me if I misstate, but my understanding is if Ms. Toomey was to pass away before the payment has been made in full, then SDCERS would have to make a decision on looking at her estate to recoup the balance that's owed.
But Mr. Toomey would still get the money that's due him.
Correct.
All right. There's no one else in the queue, so at this point, I'll make the motion and no second is required.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
All right. It's passed 12-0. Thank you, everyone, for the presentation on that.
Thanks, Val.
All right. That brings us back, if we're going to finish with B and G before I cede the floor, to the action items. There were 3 action items on yesterday's agenda. We can't do consent on 2 of the 3, so we'll just go ahead and move each one of them individually. The first one is the presentation of SDCERS fiscal year 2018 budget. I've decided to just do that myself. No, Ted LaSalvia is going to come up and do that for us.
Val, you got my hopes up here for a moment. Cruel, cruel joke. I'm here to present the FY18 proposed budget and request board approval. Before I start in on the details of the numbers, I'd like to first off give a shout out to the Member Services and Benefits Administrations Department, who were very helpful in enabling me to present the values that you see before you. This is a little bit like going to a dance with multiple dance partners. So if you might understand, I'm a little bit tired at this point in time, but I think the results speak for themselves. The FY18 proposed budget is going to be $48 million. This is broken up into 2 major components, the 2 buckets we talk about every year and I focus on from my financial reporting standpoint. The administrative component, which is about 27% of the overall budget, and the investment management expenses, which is the lion's share of the cost at about 72 cents on the dollar. Our admin expenses are down about $300,000 or 2.1% from the FY17 budget. I will focus primarily on the budget-to-budget comparison for the purposes of this discussion, but don't hesitate to stop me or ask questions on any specific item you might have. Investment management expenses are up $1.3 million to 34.7 or 4% above the FY17 budget. Now, understand that for the investment side, we begin the budgeting process using December values from the previous fiscal year and then try to project out where we're going to be. The problem with the FY16 year is that the second half of the year didn't even match our projections because we didn't have the pickup in our investments, and we finished the year on a down year. Hence, we're running a under budget on investment management fees that will go through the entire fiscal year. Hence, when we project out for FY18 based upon where we think we'll wind up for FY17, we're starting from a much lower value, but we are expecting a return this fiscal year, at least through the first 7 months as demonstrated through the financial reporting we've given you. So we're looking at an increase in investment management fees of about $1.3 million. So couple that with the administrative decrease, you get a net budget increase of about $1 million in the fiscal year. The primary drivers of the decrease from the FY17 budget are outside legal fees. If there's one thing that I could highlight in my 4 years here is that the legal budget has gone down consistently. And prior to me coming here, I'd looked a few years back. I mean, there was periods of time was well north of $1 million. Consequently, those costs have come down. We have reduced salary costs, reduced fiduciary insurance due to a lower litigation environment that we operate in, and in general operations expense. The staffing level is proposed to be reduced from 54 to 50. This marks the second time in 2 years that we've reduced headcount. We were about 58 2 years ago, and we're now proposing to go to 50. This results in $7.4 million in salary and fringe costs for FY18. It's important to note that when developing the budget, we were looking at controlling salaries costs. The fringe costs are pass-through elements that come to us from the city of San Diego. Consequently, the fringe rates that were developed for this budget are the fringe rates in existence at this point in time because we don't have the updated FY18 fringe costs. I can tell you that the fringe costs at this time were higher than budgeted for this fiscal year. I expect them to go up even higher given, obviously, increases in the retirement ADC payment. On the IT side, we primarily have only contractual increases related to costs there. It's, the FY18 budget is $2.1 million. This increased 3.8% from the FY17 budget. The CapEx, the capital expenditures for FY18 are about $300,000. They're indicative of the fact that the SDCERS board agenda and voting software, which was budgeted for FY17, will not be implemented until FY18. In addition, Dave Bond and IT has a major core network switch that needs to be replaced, and that's about $150,000. We're potentially going to do an upgrade to our accounting system and various minor hardware replacements within the organization. With respect to legals, I mentioned before, they have a budget of about $400,000. This is a decrease of 25.3% from the FY17 budget. The PSC litigation cases are expected to be settled in this fiscal year, but the litigation budget for next year is related to the overpayment cases. One thing that should be noted is legal is now taking on into their budget an increase in disability costs, so you might have seen an increase in that line. It's not a increase per se, it's a reclassification out of the disability division because the disability group does not control those costs, and those are legal costs associated with like adjudicator fees, et cetera, that are probably better reported within the legal division. General ops budget is about $3.4 million. From both a budget and projection standpoint, we have a decrease in excess of $173,000, 4.9% below the budget. We have a decrease in fiduciary insurance, which we talked about. So this marks like the third year in a row where our premiums have consistently dropped, and we're projecting a further decrease in FY18. We have lower, obviously, non-cash charges for depreciation as we get more fully depreciated assets, lower travel and training costs, and audit services when compared to the FY17 budget. Now, the 600-pound gorilla of the budget, obviously, is the investment management expenses. And here we're looking at some key assumptions. First off, we have about a 4% increase over the FY17 budget, and this is indicative of increases in assets under management. We assumed a growth rate of 7% in assets under management with a caveat. One big discussion that's been coming up time and time again, it seems to be a general theme that runs through the various committees, is this concept of negative cash flow. Something that I've discussed quite often with our Chief Investment Officer, Liza Krisofi. This year, when developing their investment management fees, they had to not only look at what they thought the portfolio was going to do from an investment return standpoint, but what effect that negative cash flows would have on that portfolio. So at the end of the day, we get this large infusion of capital. At the beginning of the year, when we get the ADC payment, I can tell you that finance and accounting gives weekly cash flow requests to the investment department where we're actually drawing down on those investments, primarily because of the negative cash flow where benefit payments for 2 of our plan sponsors are higher than the contributions coming in. So consequently, the investments group draws down for the benefit payments that we have. I can tell you that our expense costs are about $42 million a month, and it's something we have to plan for that obviously has an effect on the investment strategy and in policy. We have projected average assets of $7.3 million, which reflects that negative cash flow component that I just mentioned. If you look at the budget itself, you can see that the primary categories for increases were related to the private equity, because we're adding a new private equity series, and then new fund commitments in real estate, and then the Real Estate Opportunity Fund. In addition, we're converting these separately managed properties into funds, shares in additional funds which have a higher fee structure. All of these items combine into higher estimated fees based upon the fact that we're going to have a larger investment portfolio for FY18, and in addition, a slightly higher basis point calculation, which can be seen on this slide. Public equity and fixed income, slightly higher. 1 basis point, the total portfolio as a whole by 3 basis points, but once again, as you invest more in those other investments with a higher fee structure, it'll raise your basis point calculation. But I like to point out, it's not, these investments do not operate in a vacuum. With respect to the costs associated with these investments is an expected rate of return, and that's the side that obviously you don't see when we're discussing a budget for expenses only. So in summary, Mark will chime in here. We maintain administrative cost control. There has been a request for us as an organization to reduce costs where possible. But it's important to note that our membership growth of about 8% over the past several years, the complexity of the system has, the number of plan tiers has increased 150% since 2009, while the number of people actually working in the organization is down 24% since 2009. Administrative expenses have decreased 33% over that 2007 level. The idea that giving you these statistics paints a view of the fact that we're doing more with less, but that's not the whole story here. At the end of the day, if I was to take a snapshot, tomorrow's my 4th year anniversary of working for SDCERS. If I was to tell you what it was like 4 years ago when I first got here, and where the organization is today from both service levels. If you've looked at, what Cynthia Queen has done over the last several years, the work that Marcel Rossman has done in the Benefits Administration Department, and the calculations, my finance group, which I'm very proud of, it's a different organization. There's people that are taking on a lot more work. It's a lot more analytical, not so much, I want to say, clerical in nature. So if I say that this organization has transformed itself, I firmly believe that while you may not see it in the numbers because all you see are cost reductions, the idea is that the only way we're able to do those cost reductions is by leveraging technology, and then our most important asset, our people. And with that, I will open the floor to any questions you have or comments.
I'd like to add just a few more comments before you had any questions. The city of San Diego was confronted with the fact our pension bills were going up, and last fall in November, the city's chief operating officer sent out letters to all mayoral departments, or non-mayoral, of course, but asking all mayoral departments to put in a 3.5% budget reduction when they worked on their fiscal 18 budget. Then I received a letter from the chief operating officer as well saying, I know you're not a mayoral department, Mark, and I know your own board approves your budget, not the city council, but I respectfully would like you to also consider reducing your budget by 3.5% next year. So we did take that, I did take that very seriously. Ted worked on this very hard. The budget that you have in front of you shows a reduction in our administrative expenses of a little over 2%. However, if you look at the areas where we specifically cut costs, they added up to 3.7% of our budget. The reason we didn't end up at a net 3.7 is because, as Ted said, we've got fringe increases going on with our wages. We have some contractual increases for our rent agreement in this building, as well as we have contractual increases in our outsourced IT costs. So, could I get more than a 2.1% reduction out of our budget? I could, but it would come at some pain levels, which I frankly don't recommend the board consider. Ted mentioned our headcount levels have come down. We were at 65 people in 2009. We're now at 50. We have taken headcount out of our legal division, our benefits administration division, our investments division, finance division, and IT in the form of outsourced contracts. Could I take out more? Possibly, but it wouldn't come without some pain. We have actually redeployed some resources into our member services area because there's been a consistent feedback in past years that that's an area where we really needed to improve our service levels. I believe we've done that. I believe the metrics that Cynthia Queen has shared with the board show that we are getting much better service levels in our member services area. So I would hate to see us dial that back and not be as effective in the member services area as we've been, and that's really where we've added some resources. So with all that said, I think it's a fair, responsible budget.
Bill Hayner is in the queue. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, just a quick question on real estate fees. They went from 9.2 million to 11.3, and I know we had a lot going on with Deutsche Bank and that sort of thing, but maybe you could just give me a little more detail on it.
Sure. On a budget-to-budget basis, that includes 2 new fund investments, $40 million apiece. Those are going to be real estate debt investments. 2 new fund investments at $40 million, 2 new opportunity fund investments in real estate debt at $40 million apiece, and transitioning the dam assets, Deutsche Asset Management, from individual properties to the fund structure is also a higher fund structure. So that's basically where it's coming from.
And without those, even if there were no further investments, the fact that we're projecting growth in the investments as a whole would naturally raise those fees.
Next up, we have Jeff Wallace.
I see you have a line for overtime. Who's working overtime, and how often is that occurring?
This is dependent primarily on the needs of the individual departments. So we have a provision for it in terms of, special projects that occur. There is no mandatory overtime, which would obviously be, I believe, a meet and confer issue. But this is a general provision for overtime. So sometimes during the course of certain, I want to say correction process, and Marcel could speak more to that, where certain staff might have to put in some additional time, or during crunch times necessary to meet a particular deadline. But at this time, there is no mandatory overtime related to any particular incident.
Okay. From my experience back at the city, most departments are completely forbidden from working overtime, and I was just wondering if that's different here because of the costs.
Maybe
It
that's a
needs
good-
to be approved by their supervisor before it's worked, but it really is seasonality type stuff. So finance has occasional crunch in January, getting year-end work out. Retiree health, we usually have a ramp up for some work associated with that, but it does need to be approved by their supervisor before incurring it.
Mark, are you satisfied that this is a more cost-effective method than hiring additional staff?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we were here in investment committee till 5:30 last night and kept staff here.
And Mark was working from home after that, by the way. Mr. Arellano.
Thanks, Ted. So just more clarity, I mean, the investment budget comes right out of the trust fund through the investments. The administrative budget is charged back to the plan sponsors through the ADC.
Correct.
So in the valuation we just approved, there was a component for administrative expenses. What fiscal year did those administrative expenses get tied to?
Well, I would defer to Mark and Marcel on the actuarial valuations. That number I hadn't
Right.
vetted per
we
se.
just, I mean, we just
but I get
approved
the
it.
feeling that's based upon the experience study and probably looking at the administrative expense trend over that period. But once again,
This is the fiscal 18 budget, and our plan sponsors will pay this expense in fiscal 18.
Okay, all right, perfect. That's the roundabout way I was getting to.
All
Which
right.
is when are they paying it? Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, I'm prepared to make the motion. This was approved yesterday unanimously.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
The vote is 11 to 0. Karina had to leave, so it's not 12, but it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. LaSalvia. Next item on the action items is the staff's recommendation to revise the committee charter and process on selection of independent audit committee members. That was presented by Johnny Tran. The reason that we have to vote on it is that we made a slight modification from the motion that was approved in the audit committee. The audit committee approved a 5-member constituency on the audit committee. The B&G committee has voted to extend that by 1 person to 6. Is that right?
No.
What did we do?
Close.
Still 5.
It's still 5.
Still 5, just it could be 2 and 3 or
Oh,
4 and
okay.
1.
So we've changed how it is oriented inside the 5.
Yes.
All right, so we did adopt the recommendation to change the makeup consisting of 5, but this is 1 trustee, 3 independent members, and 1 additional member who may be either a trustee or an independent member. All right.
Correct.
So with that change, it was approved unanimously yesterday. And if anyone would like to comment or ask any questions, feel free. All right, I'll make the motion, no seconds required.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
All right, and that carries 11 to nothing. The last action item yesterday was staff's recommendation to revise the overpayment of benefits policy and the underpayment of contributions policy. The committee unanimously adopted staff's changes to the policies. The revised policies are in the board materials. They state that the board and the CEO will use reasonable efforts to resolve an overpayment of benefits or an underpayment of contributions. Reasonable efforts include consideration of the facts and circumstances surrounding the overpayment, IRS guidelines for correction of plan errors, and input from the plan sponsors. Does anyone wish to comment or ask any questions about that change? All right. I've made the motion, no seconds required.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And this passes 11 to nothing. We have new business and staff reports to go through. My goal is to have us out for a break by about 12:20, so I'm going to run through those items. On new business, we received the semi-annual travel and training report for the last half of 2016 from Johnny Tran. Johnny reported that staff and trustee training expenses, he reported on those expenses. You have that information in your materials. Then there was a Discussion regarding insurance covering SDCERS. Johnny Tran again reported on that, explaining what the city insurance covers. He also explained that SDCERS has its own fiduciary coverage and that SDCERS insurance broker has not recommended any other type of insurance for SDCERS except cyber insurance. Does anyone want to comment or ask any questions on that? Do you want to elaborate at all on any of that, Johnny?
I think you covered it well. It really was just an informational piece. We, as staff, know what insurance covers us and wanted to make sure the board knew that too.
So the third non-action item under new business was an update on the trustee elections. Jessica Packard provided that to us. She reported that the elections for the active general and active fire safety trustee seats are in progress. The voting period ends Monday, March 20th. And that takes us through new business. Status reports. The legal division status report was given by Johnny Tran. He reminded the trustees that the Statement of Economic Interest, or Form 700, as it's affectionately known, the annual filing date is April 1, so please, if you haven't already completed your forms, submit them online. Johnny, and if you have any questions about them, as I know, Cynthia Joyner is really helpful on this. No, I'm teasing. All right, so if there are any questions of board members, who do we go to?
Me, or you can call the city's ethics.
The city, there's a phone number on the form, and you can call the city ethics person.
Yeah, or me.
All right, next we had information technology. David Bond reported that IT enrolled SDCERS in the Multi-State Information and Sharing Centers Program Monitoring Service, which is sponsored by the Department of Homeland Security. The program complements our existing DHS scanning by constantly monitoring our public-facing IPs to detect malicious activity directed against or emanating from one of SDCERS systems. Thank you, David. Cynthia Queen presented on member services. She reported that the Retiree Issues Task Force recently met with SDCERS and the city's risk management team to provide input for the upcoming retiree health open enrollment period, continuing the positive dialogue that developed in recent years. A preview of the health open enrollment offerings will be provided on April 5th in the Balboa Park Club Ballroom from 10 a.m. to noon, and postcard announcements are being sent to city retirees. She also reported on the call center, and it was all very positive. Call center is doing great. Benefits administration report was presented by Marcel Rossman. Marcel, Sandra Clausen, and Michelle Wegner have been working on enhancements to IRIS to more efficiently and effectively process healthcare reimbursements for the approximately 1,100 retirees who do not use one of the city's sponsored health plans available to retirees. And then finally, Ted LaSalvia presented the finance report and the budget. Ted reported that Finance has completed the fiscal year 2018 proposed budget, 3 months of financial reporting through January 31, 2017, and the December 31, 2016 year-to-date actual versus budget report. Those are under tab 36. In addition, 10,400 forms, 1099-R and W-2, were sent to retirees on their continuances/beneficiaries. On the 2016 year-to-date expenses and capital expenditures versus actual budget, we heard from Ted that administrative expenses totaled $22.2 million for the 6 months ended December 31, 2016, which is 5.8% under a budget of $23.5 million. That's good. Information technology, legal expenses, and investment management fees were all under budget, except for investment management fees. That's good. Then Ted reported on the January 2017 trust financial statements. As of January 31, 2017, SDCERS had a net position of $7.1 billion and total investments of $7.2 billion. For the 7 months ended January 31st, SDCERS had an increase in planned net position of $264 million, reflecting net investment income of $354 million, contributions of $204 million, and total expenses of $294 million. So it has been a good quarter. That concludes Business and Governance.
Bill, I think we missed item C3.
Oh, did we?
I believe so.
Yep.
Oh, it's a no action requested item. Yep. Sorry about that. We received Marcel Rossman's report on overpayments to members exceeding $10,000. The reason I missed it is that there were none other than the two that we heard from earlier today.
Okay, so let's knock out disability really quick. You think it'll go quick? And then we'll take a quick break. Mark, I think we
do have lunch in the back.
Okay, quick break, and then we'll move on to investments, which I don't think will take 5 hours, will it?
There won't be any overtime.
Okay. So, all right, so we'll do disability, and then we'll take a quick break.
No
Okay.
problem. It was a very short meeting, so I'll talk quickly. We had 3 items. They passed unanimously. One was an adjudicator's recommendation to deny the industrial disability retirement application of Robert Benuelos. And items 2 and 3 were staff recommendation to approve industrial disability applications for Akinmola Alawu. I'm just trying to say that, and then Timothy Trey. And unfortunately, Akinmola has passed away, but the spouse will receive their benefits for the industrial disability benefits, so that's a good thing. So if there are no questions, I will make the motion, no second required, to pass items 1 through 3.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
That passes 11-0. As far as disability status report, there has been an increase in applications, and average, I guess, we get is 3 to 4, and we've gotten 7 in January. So one of the questions was, why do we have that increase? And I think we'll probably continue to see that because we have an aging population. So that was the answer. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Natasha. All right, let's take a break for about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll reconvene and take over on investments, start on investments. Thanks. Otherwise, got to pay staff overtime.
Okay. Ready to roll.
Yes, yeah, the two. Yeah. All right, let's get started again. We'll pick up with the Investment Committee. Bill?
Okay, so the Investment Committee has 4 action items, 3 no action, and 5 no action requested. We're going to move the item 7, update on Deutsche Bank asset management, real estate separate account transition, up to start with because that leads into the first 3 action items.
All right. So an update on the Deutsche Asset Management, also known as DAM, real estate separate account transition. You will remember that the rationale for liquidating this separate account is to increase the diversification of the allocation, upgrade the quality of the properties, eliminate the small property bias, and lower the risk of that allocation. So we approached this really with a 2-pronged approach. The first was looking at swapping assets for shares of a core open-ended fund. And the reasoning behind that was basically by swapping properties for shares, you can potentially avoid transaction costs and you maintain your exposure to the asset class. So we went through a process with DAM where we put 10 properties up for bid, and we went through a rigorous bidding process. We had 3 bidders. They were interested in 3 of our industrial properties. So the recommendation today, which is actually number 3 on the list, is to swap those 3 industrial properties for shares of the AEW Core Property Trust Fund. You will notice that we are not mentioning dollars at this point because this is still under negotiation, and we don't want to tie DAM's hands in finalizing the contract deals. Suffice it to say that they think we have gotten very fair pricing. Staff and the consultants very comfortable with the pricing. Then the second prong to this approach was selling properties outright. And we had 9 properties that we were looking to sell. We've made good progress on that front. By, I believe, end of April, sometime in May, we will have sold 4 properties. And that's going to generate proceeds of about $60 million. So we're going to deploy that $60 million, $45 million into the Prudential Fund, $15 million into the Morgan Stanley Fund. An update there, they expect to sell an additional 6 to 8 properties by the end of this calendar year. So by the end of this year, we will have swapped out of a total of 19 properties that we own. We will have swapped out of 3 and potentially sold maybe 10 to 12 additional properties. So that's very good progress. Looking out a little bit longer term, we will be working on a timeline with DAM on the redeployment of funds as they continue to sell properties and where we're going to put those dollars. We are going to have the consultant is going to do more analysis and evaluation of some of the top funds in the Odyssey benchmark, which of course, which is what we're investing in, and develop a firmer game plan of where we're going to allocate dollars, probably 4 to 5 of those funds. We will be adding some lower risk debt investments in the Opportunity Fund. That's for downside protection, especially this late in the cycle, and selectively adding non-core investments to complement our core allocation. So that sets the scenario up for the action items. The first one is staff and consultants' recommendation for a $45 million commitment to the Prudential PRESA Core Open-End Fund. This is a fund that's focused on well-leased operating properties with a focus on income. Their primary markets are Chicago, San Francisco, LA, Boston, New York, DC, and Miami, and that comprises about 75% of their market exposure. Their goal is to outperform the benchmark over a market cycle. Since inception of the fund in 1970, they've returned 7.9% versus the benchmark at 7.7%. It's a $23.5 billion fund, and the average property size is about $85 million. And keep in mind that compares to our separate account where the average property size is around $24 million. And currently there's no entry queue, So we can go right into that fund, obviously, after we have negotiated the legal contracts. So I can take any questions.
So I would move that we approve staff consultant's recommendation for a $45 million commitment to Prudential PRISA Core Open-End Fund.
Do we still have a quorum with the?
Yes.
We do?
We need 7.
Okay, so I move that.
So push your button.
Oh, I haven't got the button. Oh,
There you go.
there we go. Okay, sorry.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And the motion passed with 8 votes.
Okay. So the second item is staff and consultants' recommendation for an additional $15 million commitment to the Morgan Stanley Prime Property Fund. You will recall the board approved a $30 million commitment to this fund last July, so this is a follow-on commitment. And this will basically even up the allocation between the Prudential Fund, $45 million, Morgan Stanley at $45 million. This fund focuses on quality core assets in preferred major markets, which include Northern and Southern California, New York, Chicago, DC, Boston, and Miami. Again, the goal is to generate returns above the benchmark over a market cycle. It's a $20.6 billion fund. The average property size is $60 million. And since inception, returns have been 8.1% net of fees versus 7.7% for the benchmark. I can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll move to approve staff and consultants' recommendation for a $15 million follow-on commitment to the Morgan Stanley Prime Property Fund.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
The motion passed 9-0.
Okay, then the third recommendation is staff and consultants' recommendation to swap 3 industrial properties for shares of the AEW Core Property Trust. This fund focuses on properties in liquid first-tier markets while seeking to provide above-average current income while preserving capital. They have a very strong focus on income generation and are known for their research. It is a smaller size fund at $7.9 billion. They have 137 properties, which puts the average property size at $57 million, as opposed to the deals. This fund is a more recent fund. It was founded in 2007 and has a 4.8% return versus 3.8% for the benchmark. And I can answer any questions.
Did you mention, sorry, I zoned out for a second. Did you mention that it has a high income return, which is?
Yeah, that they're really focused on income generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At a time when the property market is cooling and we're not going to have so much appreciation, this fund has a relatively high income return, which means it'll sustain its return pretty well, and that the properties on a relative basis are not as marked up as some of the rest of the market.
That's something that I think we really learned from our presentations yesterday on real estate, is that the goal of these funds are largely income.
Yeah.
Appreciation's nice to get when you get it, but the real goal is income. And that kind of ties into the closed-end funds. Fund, as we move down the road, we're going to want that income stream, and it's a less risky situation for us to be in these funds.
Volatility.
Well, and keep in mind, the goal of real estate, and especially the core part of the real estate allocation, is to generate income and provide diversification, and these funds all do that.
Well, but if I could make another comment about our discussions yesterday, the core universe, as represented by the ODCE Odyssey universe, has had a lot of appreciation throughout the recovery. So I'm looking at some numbers here that I can't quite see the exact numbers on this chart, but over the last 3 and 5 years, that index has had, I think, in excess of a 12% return. Well, that's really not sustainable, but it's been really helpful for us to have real estate, core real estate, and some of those funds in our portfolio. So going forward, at least one of these funds yesterday said that their projection for the next year is more in the neighborhood of 7. So the returns are reverting to the mean, and while they will continue to provide income and diversification for our fund, in terms of, beating our benchmark for returns, they're not going to be, hitting it out of the park the way they have been for the last 5 years.
Right.
The long-term target returns, I think, are between 7 and 12, roughly. I mean, we're at 7 is going to be at the low end. But
I wouldn't say that core funds are 12. Their long-term average is 8 gross,
Yeah.
so that's 7 net over 40 years or something. I think that's really what you're looking at over a long-term basis. And if it's been over 12 for the last 5 years, it may dip below that in terms of getting back to a long-term mean.
And almost all of these funds are saying the long-term expectation would be a 6 to an 8% return.
Right.
Okay, so I'll move to approve staff and consultants' recommendation to swap 3 industrial assets for shares of the AEW Core Property Trust, subject to a successful conclusion of negotiations.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And motion passed 9-0. Okay, so now we'll move to staff recommended changes to the SDCERS proxy policy and guidelines.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you may recall, at the start of every year, we review the proxy voting policy and guidelines. So there are 2 changes to the proxy voting policy and guidelines. I'm trying to say that in a very articulate manner. The first one is to reduce the number of boards a director can sit on from 6 to 5. As you can imagine, there's quite a bit of time commitment to sit on a board. So to do the job well, we thought that 5 is a better number than 6. So the next change is to change the guidelines that states the CEO cannot sit on 2 boards, more than 2 boards other than his or her own, to include all executive level employees, not just the CEO. So those are the 2 changes to the policies this year. And this is an action item, so it requires a vote. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
No questions? Okay, I'll move to approve staff's recommended changes to SDCERS proxy policy and guidelines.
Ready to vote? All votes are in.
And the motion passed 9-0. All right, so now we go to the no action requested, and we had 2 other items in here: global economic overview by Allianz Global Investors, and then the Odyssey components. I'll just speak real briefly. I thought the Allianz Global Review was interesting. It was long. The fellow was, Steve was very academic, kind of, he'd been in the administration, understood all of the processes, and talked about what it would take to implement Trump's programs from a process point of view. Is not quite as easy as it might seem on the surface, but from a global economic point of view, really it's China and the U.S. driving things. He talked a little bit about global, and I don't know, anything else anybody wants to recall from that?
I think he talked a bit about the sort of structural factors, including demographics and what he called dematerialization, how we really all are kind of consuming less. Young people are consuming less. As we get older, the baby boomers are consuming less. When you take a picture, you don't have to buy film anymore, et cetera. That there are these sort of structural factors that are going to create an environment of just lower growth going forward. Right.
But doesn't the aging population offset that?
No, what do you mean?
I mean, the millennials may be using less, but we have more people now as the population ages.
I think his point was more about the consumerism side of it. Is the way we're revolving. That we're not consuming like we used to because it's not necessary. We're going to green, buildings and less usage of stuff and recycling of things has reduced our need for steel and metal and that type of stuff. So that's going to have a long-term effect. So and it really I got out of it was really pay attention because there's a lot of policies that the administration is really trying to move right now, and over the next 6 to 8 months or a year, it was really, there's a sweet spot between what the president is saying he can get done and what Congress is willing to do, and depending on how things go, if he gets it all, there's going to be a significant federal budget impact, but if he doesn't get anything, and how the market's really going to react to that. That's what I was really got out of it is the markets are really reacting to the president and his policies right now. Expectations, and what happens if they don't actually turn out that way.
That's right. I think the process is going to slow things down. And he also is going to be able probably to select 5 Fed members, and that'll change the whole nature of the Fed. That'll change kind of how we, interest rates and everything, but it's interesting.
And he made a point that this summer, August, was going to be a deciding point where the economy administration is going to go into. We might need to make a decision based on what happens in August.
Right. It was almost a correction prediction. Mm-hmm. Almost.
As long as it happens after June 30th.
Right. We can figure that out before the next June 30th.
Okay, so let's move to the Odyssey components and uses of benchmark. And I think that was pretty interesting because I wasn't really fully aware of the components of the Odyssey fund or the Odyssey benchmark. I think there's about 250 billion roughly and 20 some funds that are part of it. But if you look at the commercial real estate market, it's huge. It's like over $1 trillion. I don't know. But so the benchmark represents a component, but it's a good component. So I think the measure is a good measure.
What I found interesting about that was the Odyssey Index is it's a benchmark by which all these funds try to measure themselves against, but you really can't replicate it independently. So how do you benchmark against something that you can't really replicate? Right. It's not like the S&P 500 index fund, which you can replicate and then and get that same performance at low cost. You really can't replicate this.
That's true.
So it just seemed like it would be a real challenge for some of the funds, even the funds that were in there benchmarking against it. So.
And the funds that we've selected are 3 of the biggest funds, the top 5.
So essentially buying the index.
Yeah, they showed an analysis that a portfolio made of the 4 largest funds would have very low volatility because you're not exactly buying the index, but you're buying, I think, 50% of the index by just having those 4 funds.
I
So
think
it's low volatility.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then status reports. So GCM Grosvenor, private equity and infrastructure. Do we want to do a quick review of that?
So for the period ending, for GCM Grosvenor's private equity program, for the period ending 9/30, the estimated market value was about 474 million. And out of that, 397 was in the private equity program and 77 was in the infrastructure program. And during the third quarter, GCM made 2 new investments and 1 follow-on investment totaling about $61 million. And these commitments were solely in the private equity program. The program, since inception, has generated a 16.1% net IRR to SDCERS. And so as you can see, both in the private equity program and in the infrastructure program, they're both outperforming their benchmark. Co-investments primary and seasoned primaries were the largest driver of performance in the private equity program, and secondaries performed best within the infrastructure program. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on the GCM performance report.
Okay, so let's move on to Stepstone.
So same period ending 9/30, estimated market value was about 501 million, and that was split 435 million to private equity and 66 to infrastructure. And performance since inception is 13.7% net IRR. Private equity program is outperforming its benchmark, and the infrastructure program is trailing its benchmark modestly. Secondaries and seasoned primaries were the main drivers in the private equity program, and co-investments within oil and gas explorations were the detractors within the infrastructure program, as they're correlated to the oil price. And with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions on that.
Okay, the next item, the third item, is Aon Hewitt's total fund performance report for the quarter ending December 31.
Right. There we go. So during the quarter, ending 9/30, the real estate portfolio returned 1.5%, modestly trailing the benchmark by 0.4%. Since inception, the performance has been more in line with the benchmark, as you can see, 8.3 versus 8.3. In the private markets portfolio, the core opportunistic and value-added components had positive absolute performance, but detracted on a relative basis. And the REITs and the public markets real estate portfolio outperformed its benchmark, adding value both on an absolute and a relative value basis. With that, if you have any questions on the real estate performance, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay.
No questions.
And then we had total fund performance.
So this slide, you can see that the market value decreased during the quarter by about $31 million. That was because withdrawals were substantially more than investment earnings. We're still above $7 billion, though. That's pretty much an all-time high for the pension plan. For the quarter, the fund returned, total fund return was 1.2% net of fees, which is 60 basis points above the benchmark, so we outperformed the benchmark. That put us in the top quartile for all public pension plans for the time period. And to show a little bit of attribution, as you can see, most of it came from selection effect, which is what we want to see. Again, selection effect represents the impact that active management has on the portfolio. And with that, if you have any questions on total fund performance, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I think the only comment I'd make there is that we've got a 5% return roughly for the first 6 months. And the question is whether we can hold it or not. With the market valuations where they are from a price earnings point of view, the S&P 500 is over 26, which it's only been that high really twice since 1900 to any extent. So we've got a very high valuation market going on here. It kind of feels like the dot-com bubble to me, but.
It's as we talked about earlier, I think there's a lot of expectations that has been baked into kind of the future of what's been promised by the new president. And if they can't deliver on it, as you mentioned, then there may be a retraction based on that.
I was just going to add that I did a back of the envelope calculation, and I think we've added another % return on top of that through, I think, like Monday.
Good.
So we can go relatively flat from here on out, and with a little bit of increase, and we'll be okay, right? That's the. So.
Knock on wood. Okay, Investment Division Staff Report.
Right, so net asset value as of January 31st was about a little under 7.2 billion. And since last board meeting, 9 wires were sent out, totaling about 11.4 billion to pay for payroll expenses and operating expenses. And since the last board meeting, we sent out 2 wires to pay for monthly benefit payments, totaling about 73.7 million. And as you can see in the material, there was one addition to the manager monitoring report, and that was Fisher Investments, and they manage a small cap domestic equity value mandate for us. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Because we're very diligent. Question was, how did that all take 5 hours yesterday?
Oh, my God.
We're extraordinarily diligent in investment committee.
We were all looking for that overtime pay.
Yeah. The Allianz Global Economic Outlook was over an hour. We did it in about 3 minutes. Yeah. So, but it was very good. So, okay.
All right, that's it for.
That's it. Okay. Thank you, Bill. Training, Johnny?
Thanks, Alan. We've got 4 requests.
Oh, I have a request.
Have those up?
I have one too. I didn't send it in.
That's right. We'll get you.
We have Val asking to attend the Public Pensions Investment Management Program, July 24th through the 26th in Berkeley, California. Can we do them all together?
Not enough space, I don't think, to do them all. Let's see how many I can get in here.
That's
Wait, let me try. Wait, hold
Yeah.
on. I got space.
You know, on their website, they don't have an agenda or any information. It's kind of weird. To see that.
Or I can just do it audibly.
Twice for that stuff.
You wanna do that?
People, and they haven't given
Okay.
frustrating.
Ellen, do you mind if I just do it audibly as opposed to try to take time to type it in?
Nope, that's fine.
I got
The
2
trustees
of them.
okay?
I got Val and Alan's in.
Okay, Alan asked to attend the 2017 Pension Bridge Conference in San Francisco, April 18th and 19th. Karina has asked to attend the Advanced Principles for Pensions for Trustees, March 29th through the 31st in Los Angeles. Is there another one? Thanks. And Tom has asked to attend the Public Safety Employees Pensions and Benefits Conference in San Antonio, October 29th through the 31st. So those.
I have one. I didn't send it in. Sorry. I would like to attend, this isn't actually on the list, but the Pension Bridge Private Equity Conference in Chicago in late July. I don't have the exact date. I think it's the 25th through 7th or something like that. And the Stepstone Client Conference in November, which there isn't very much detail on that yet.
You don't know where it is?
I think it's in New York.
That's on the training calendar.
It's on the calendar. It doesn't have dates.
So those 6 trainings.
Although you're only going to see 2.
Okay, so all those trainings that Johnny listed off will take as one motion, although we'll have to amend when we generate the minutes to be in there.
I'll make sure they include it in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. I have a mover of Ed, a second of Charlie.
Ready to vote?
4th and 25th. Trump Hotel.
All votes are in.
And that passes 9-0.
Thank you all.
All right, so that brings us to the end. Do we have closed session today, Johnny?
No.
So we're just adjourning after this. So questions, comments from trustees, staff? Mark?
Nothing for me, nope.
I would just like to add on from what we started the meeting with was this is Ed's final adjournment. So as a board member, I didn't mean that in a bigger sense. But I just wanted to thank Ed, especially, of all the appointeds, or being an appointed, as an employee, it's a little bit different sitting in the seats, right? We're actually active members and our money's in the system and it feels different. But for an appointee, and especially Ed for the past 8 years, because he came on with me in the midst of the global financial crisis, It does take an extraordinary amount of courage and sacrifice to sit in these seats. You're making public decisions. You're scrutinized publicly for those decisions. Your friends and neighbors start to look at you differently and ask you questions. And I just want to thank you, Ed, not only from me, but the firefighters, employees, members, everybody. Your service here has secured our pensions. And I thank you for that. So we don't always agree, and that's okay.
Thank you very much.
But thank you. So,
It means a lot.
so
You proved Carl DeMille wrong.
Thanks. That's not hard to do.
yeah, yeah. So, and with that,
Just two final comments?
yes.
If I could?
Yeah.
Number one, if I come back as another Joe Flynn, I won't wear a flowered shirt. I'm going to wear a clown outfit now. And second, in Tom's language, 1042.
Yeah, there you go. All right, thank you. We're adjourned.